fixed it, Steve. I already see a little bit of deflection.
Ho ho. Podium mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Should the group 1, 2 fader, shouldn't that pull out the VU meter on the recorder?
It shouldn't because you're sending hogs.
It's not group, it's AUX.
So are you seeing VU meter?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. Okay.
My point is I want to know how to mute real quick, like a master mute.
The only thing you can do is mute all the channels. You're going to have to mute the mics too. And if there's music playing, probably no one's going to be talking. Table number 1. Table 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2. Table number 1. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1. Table mic number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1. Table mic number 2. 1, 2. Table mic number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. 1, 2. Table mic number 4. Table mic number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check. 1, 2. Table mic number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check, check. Table mic number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. Table mic, table mic, table mic. 1, 2. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
There's not an AUX master.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
Oh, wait, hold on. Just stay on a mic.
Oh, no, there's a fader, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Just go up to a mic again. I just want to make sure I know which. Is it AUX 1?
It's AUX 1 and 2.
1 and 2 are both feeding.
Yes.
So here's the settings. AUX 1, AUX 2.
Yeah, so you should be able to kill that.
Check! 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 Okay. Now, do you want to set what level you like for the unit? Well, let me go up to the mic and you just manipulate these.
Well, I know it's 3 o'clock.
Oh. Okay. That's your default.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're satisfied.
Yep.
Okay.
And the guy downloaded the final cut at the end, and he can adjust what he wants.
Okay.
we have our lovely
I have one.
pictures?
I would love another one.
Are you
I'm a
people
two-fisted
ready yet?
drinker.
We've been
Thank you.
Waiting for you. No, just kidding. It's perfect here. Oh, I thought it started at 12.
Does it start at 12?
Hi, everybody. I guess we'll get started if it does start at 12, which we think it does. Hello and welcome to the deal-making panel. My name's Melissa Lewis, and we have a fabulous panel here to share their expertise and wisdom. And the panel will briefly introduce themselves in a moment. But first, we wanted to make sure that all of our comments are in context with you. So, and to minimize, we're not going to give our bios so that you can get more time with information. So please refer to that lovely digital Hollywood book and website to find all of our bios. And good luck. No, just kidding. So we can target our comments to you. By show of hands, how many of you are content creators? All righty. Talent and influencers. Nobody? Gee, that's a surprise.
There was one. Oh, 3.
Oh, I'm glad you guys have better eyes. Industry executives, lawyers, business affairs, and financing people? All right, then we can speak freely. No. Oh, there's you.
I want to meet you.
So thank you. And we're going to leave 10 to 15 minutes at the end for your questions. And just a caveat, at 1 o'clock they throw us out on the button because there's another panel that starts at that time. So panel, welcome, and can you please briefly introduce yourselves? And while you're doing that, if you can throw in what type of deals each of your companies do, and anything you want to throw in about your typical deal-making process. That's a lot, so.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll
Linda?
start. Hi, I'm Linda Benjamin. I'm Head of Business Affairs and COO at Covert Media. And we are an independent finance, production, distribution company. We do movies and television. And the deals that we do run the gamut from acquisitions of properties to all the deals developing those properties. We deal with studios, we deal with financiers, we raise money, we put them together. We have a foreign sales entity that sells foreign rights for some of our properties, not all of them. And so, and we do a lot of merchandising and consumer products and things like that. So it's really pretty much everything you can do with a piece of intellectual property is something that might come across my desk.
That's a lot. Good job.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Justin, and I am a universe builder. I start with a spark of something, a piece of intellectual property, which could be a piece of talent, right, brand, anything you can think of, an idea. And I then start thinking about, if you were going to build a universe out of this one step at a time, how would you do that? What deals would you need to make at its inception, at the big bang of it all, to lead you in success, not to just some lame back-end participation in EP fee, but to actually own rights that outsmart Goliath when you are David. And I deal with talent, brands, every distribution platform there is, feature film, Broadway, TV, award shows, and any way you can monetize it. And each one of those has its own language and its own precedents. And just like there are a million ways to tell a story or write a poem, there's a million ways to actually make a deal. And each one of those requires me to be a little bit more creative and a little more ahead of the step, because I'm not a big company, I'm not financed by hundreds of millions of dollars. So what we rely upon is our ability to think through the problem and figure out where the weakness is in a creative way, as opposed to a highly leveraged, more powerful way.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl Miller. I'm the chair of the entertainment department of Fox Rothschild. It's a national law firm based out of Philly. We have 27 offices around the country, and I'm based in the LA office. I often call us a firm within a firm because our competitors and a lot of the firms that we operate with are the boutique entertainment firms, so we are true entertainment deal makers, if you will. But we also have litigators that do IP and high-end defamation work. From a deal-making standpoint, that's what I do. I'm particularly a trained film and television lawyer that also does a lot of branding and work with a number of, from acting, writing, directing, producer, production company, and a few executives as well. So the deal-making process for me is something we breathe and eat, and I have to say, we probably, like Justin, we're probably universal deal makers. And that we
Did you just pilfer my IP? I did not license it to you, but it will cost you.
Good thing I'm a lawyer. I can defend myself on an infringement claim.
Okay. This could get expensive, though.
We'll have more lawsuits before the panel is over, I'm sure.
Exactly. It's great to be here. But there's immunity. This is a safe ground.
There's nothing safe about it when you're taking things from other people, my friend.
Very good.
Hi everyone, it looks like it's going to be exciting. And my name is Efe Akbulut, and I am heading the analytics team at BritBox, which is a streaming service by BBC and ITV. And so I could say like I am from BritBox, but my accent is coming from Istanbul. And also I'm so excited to bring more like analytics perspective. If I need to think about what kind of deals we make at BBC and ITV as a BritBox, I mean, we make many different kind of deals, like acquisition, like content choices. But as my department, I am always trying to give a good way to the other teams to make them data-driven. So
On a side note, generalizing madly about an entire nation, you have to admit that the Turkish are some of the best deal makers in the world.
Thank you.
Well, that was quick, so I have to take a breath. I'm John Allen Simon, and my company is Discovery Productions, Inc., which is really just my wife, Elizabeth Carr, and myself. You know, like those animals that have vestigial organs, we've done lots of things, and we still keep our hand in many of them. What we are primarily I'm a writer and producer who's worked at the indie and studio level. But we've also been distributors, and at the moment we're restoring a movie that we own, which is Dennis Hopper's Out of the Blue, and we're going to be doing a re-release of that. I was also a producer's rep, so we advise other filmmakers. We're great believers in controlling our own content. We own over 300 novels and stories by famous writers like Philip K. Dick and Jim Thompson. We've just set up a project that of Pop 1280 with Yorgos Lanthimos attached to direct. And I've directed a feature from a Philip K. Dick book at a very modest budget level. That's really my passion, is to do very small movies. We've just acquired the rights to a John Hersey book that we're going to do as a really small budget movie. And basically we like to find content that other people have neglected. We distributed The Wicker Man, which some of you might be old enough to remember. We rescued off the shelf. And, you know, we do lots of things. Since I'm a writer, I like to avoid writing. So we have lots of things we try to do.
Thank you. To start off, is there anything, we'll just jump right into the nuts and bolts, is there anything that people should do before, during, or after a negotiation starts?
Wash their hands.
Get a lawyer.
Well, doesn't Sun Tzu say in the art of war that every battle is won before it's fought?
I believe
Yes.
so. I read that about 25 years ago.
Yes, a famous quote also from Wall Street. But yet, right, so, I mean, much of a negotiation in many senses is knowing a lot and positioning yourself to be in a better position than the other person is before you even engage with them, right?
What sort of preparation in your area would you recommend that people do?
Well, I think it's like anything, right? I mean, you wouldn't walk into a job interview without Googling somebody, right? I mean, so, I mean, you know, if they found that out, they'd probably just ding you right there. So, I mean, as you think about a negotiation, you need to think about what it is that you want and what it is, most people don't really know what they really want. They say they want a set of rights or they want more money. But like, you really need to understand what it is that you want and stack rank what it is in what priority you want it, right? I mean, everything is not equal. You might care about back end and not fees. You might care about credit and not back end because you're never going to see it. So that's part of your preparation for you. And then there's the preparation on the other side. What do you think they're going to most want? Do you know anybody who's ever worked with them? What's the precedent that you know you can get? These are things that are not publicly available, but if you work your network, you can walk into this negotiation and know a lot more information than just simply saying, if you go and say, I want 100, and they say they want 1, and you end up at 50, you're not really negotiating. You're not really giving yourself an advantage. So like anything else, if you want to lose weight, you got to go to the gym. If you want to negotiate, you got to put in the work.
I think the model of, want, need, and walk is the right one, that you probably won't get what you want, but you have to know what it is going in. What you need, you really can't go too much below. So you want the deal to end between what you really need and what you want, and you have to know the point at which you're willing to walk. I mean, knowing what you want is really one of the big secrets of life. A great negotiator who I interviewed once, Brian Walton, was the negotiator for, I think it was either the Writers Guild or the DGA. He did it for both. And he stood up when the writers and the directors were fighting with the MPAA and pounded on the table and said, you can't always get what you want, but if you try, sometimes you get what you need. And everyone laughed, and of course, recognizing Jagger Richards at work, and it proceeded. But that really is the point.
One
You have
other
to
thing
detach
is-
emotions.
Not just knowing what you want, but knowing why you want it. Because a lot of times what you think you want, you actually don't. Or you might want it, but you don't actually need it. What purpose are you trying to achieve? If you really need control, for example, I need control because I am beholden to somebody else, or because my last experience with this organization is they took it away from me, or other reasons. But you drill down to why you want something, and then that's when you get the essential driving force in that negotiation. Because a lot of times there are a lot of ways to achieve that goal, and it's not necessarily what you first thought you wanted.
Also, I am agree with Simon, like you really need to put your hand on the table, definitely. But also like another way to put your hand on the table, put numbers. Because when you go with your numbers, when you make create a data-driven insight, because at the end of the deal meetings, it ends sometimes like, oh, you are right, but there's something. And then you could answer these buts with the data, and then you can show them how much your deal is really important, and you can really get what you need.
Sorry, please, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna take it in another direction. I think even before knowing what you want and knowing what you need is really understanding for yourself and the team that's negotiating what your leverage points are. Because I think most don't really get to the same page on understanding, really digging down on what the leverage to get what you want and what you need.
So for example, if
all
you've
about
got the
leverage.
talent or you've got the IP.
Or if you've got something that's...
It's not all
if you-
about the
if you-
leverage.
If you've got something
There's
with
no
unique-
way it's all about the leverage.
Well, going in, understanding your leverage helps you
Yeah,
get what you
absolutely.
want. It's not all about your leverage, it's not all about the wants, but understanding or the lack of understanding of your ability to have leverage in a deal can severely impact your ability
Is
to
there
win that
always
negotiation.
leverage?
Hold on a second. I would say if you have that, that's nice. But I would say there is the difference between someone who works in a very large firm that already starts with a platform to start with leverage. The truth of the matter is I would bet most of you out there perceive yourself to have very little to no leverage in most situations, right? So the question is, you don't start with, you're not a studio, you're not a financier, you don't own the IP rights, you're trying to acquire those things. So most of your time, you're not gonna have perceived typical power leverage in this industry. So the question is, how do you create that leverage, right? So understanding it is got to be, for you guys, it's going to be very different than someone of his magnitude who probably has a lot of leverage, has a large law firm, has a lot of resources. So as entrepreneurs, which most of you seem to be, it's the question of how do you create leverage out of absolutely no leverage? That's the magic you have to figure out.
I agree. Mostly, we're in a position where people are telling us, even if we own the IP, even if we're necessary to the thing, you'll never work in this town again unless you make a deal. It's brutal. It really is. And, you have to keep your dignity as part of it, because once you get pushed around by the schoolyard bully and give him your lunch money, that isn't the end of it. But you also know how to gracefully navigate those waters, particularly if you're dealing with studios and major agencies and people who do have much more leverage. But part of that, I guess, I agree with you that you do have to remain aware of your value and worth in the process and what you're offering.
Yeah, yes, let's be clear. Leverage is not a hammer, and a size. Leverage is really that which you believe can help you make the points that you're trying to achieve clear to the other side. I'm from a big firm, but I represent a lot of people starting out and really small people who get rolled over and ultimately are so scared to ask for anything. They tell me, just don't ruin the deal, just get it done. So we're often on that side. I represent a lot of talent, a lot of people getting in the business, and what I call a lot of first generational wealth, which is actually fun. Because in that scenario, the idea of understanding your leverage is knowing what the other side wants from you and what you want from them. That's not a function of, how much muscle you have. That's a function of understanding how to make a deal. And so the leverage points, for an artist who's starting out, if they're walking in a room and they're testing with 4 people, I might ultimately find out the leverage point is that all the executive loves my client. And I've discovered that as opposed to bowing it over and assuming that because of my size, they're going to give me everything I want. Leverage is understanding that you have that one unique thing that big company wants, and all the money in the world can't get it because there's 10 bidders, and you have the leverage to decide who you go with.
But that is such a rare situation. I mean, like the ability to know, isn't that why they do for casting? They make you sign your contract before you go in for your final testing. They know that. They've been doing that for decades, right? So I'm not disputing that finding some way to create value for yourself, but sure, if you have 10 bidders, somebody who can't my 8-year-old could make that deal, right? Because it's 10 bidders and everybody wants it. The question for you guys, who are rarely going to ever be in that situation, is how do you create an advantage for yourself when you don't have multiple bidders, when you don't even know the precedent. At least you start with 100 years of 1,000 deals of precedents. These people won't have any of those resources. How do you create that for them?
Can any of you offer some examples of times when you feel that you've created leverage for one of your clients in maybe an area where it was not as strong as you perceived?
I'll give an example. I'm an independent producer. I don't have any backing from any notable source. I never pay for rights. And I believe in the following philosophy, which has helped me, which I will give to you. Nature's strongest structure physically is a triangle. That's why the pyramids still exist and the aqueducts of Rome have fallen apart. So how do you create leverage? You start by building 3 sides of a pyramid. So I have a deal in TV. I will extract the names because it's not important and it's not public. I wanted to make a TV series at this TV studio, one of the top TV studios. I perceived that they missed the boat in terms of a trend that was happening. And I went to the president of the studio and said, you don't have this IP, you're missing out. I can deliver IP. And this IP was based on video games, which, not a famous video game that you know now, but an old school video game, which doesn't have any story or any characters. Not top-notch thing. It's not Ready Player One, it's not Halo, it's something that's been around that any one of you could have figured out. I didn't know anybody who owned this IP, but I perceived I could make it valuable. I called the head of the studio and said, if I can get you this IP, will you cut XYZ deal? I called the head of the IP holder and said, if I can get you this deal at the studio, will you make XYZ deal? And the deal I suggested elevated the entire concept. So instead of buying one show, they were going to buy 3. So it became more attractive for one side. And instead of just giving a sort of passive agreement, I made the studio say, if they're going to give you all this stuff and they're going to give it to you at a discount, will you also fund it in a certain way? So I structured a deal where I went to both sides and kept them, telling them that I actually had something, when I had neither something. I just had a relationship. And at the end, I ended up putting together the 3 sides of the triangle that ended up getting the deal done. And what was I? I was the producer. And what's a producer? They're the host of the party. They kept the glue together that made this valuable to both sides, and I bridged the gap, and I made sure I stayed in the middle of it. And as a result, as a non-writing executive producer, I ended up getting a pretty good deal myself. So find the thing that you can bounce off of one another until you can get something. That's one way to do it.
I think you always need a plan B. I mean, that's really been a little bit when we've been the most successful, which is sometimes it can be another bidder. And I think part of the art of negotiation is being in a position to be able to pivot very quickly from one deal to another deal on the same property or your same services in a way that's not covert. Sorry to use that word. That's not covert, but nonetheless allows you to have that. Everyone knows you have that ability. When I was a producer's rep, I still had the ability to distribute films. So we could go to a New Line or other independent distributors and get a bid and say, look, what you want to pay us isn't what the ancillary rights are worth. We'll put it out ourselves if you don't want to buy it. So that was the plan B there. The plan B can also be knowing that you're able to find other talent, that you don't have to have the deal. That desperation, the other side can always smell, and it will always do you in so that you get that walkaway point. And then you've really lost the negotiation. You've made the deal, but if you see negotiation as a game and an art form, when you're beaten down to the point at which 1 cent lower or one thing lower, I'm going to walk away, in essence, you've lost the negotiation because they bought it at the lowest possible price rather than above your walkaway point.
Switching gears a wee bit, is there any type of a deal that you've seen that people should not make in your various areas?
One that you can't live with. I mean, ultimately you can only know where your threshold is, to his point earlier. Here's what I would say to answer that question in conjunction with that last statement, which is the best way for someone in your position probably to have a plan B is to have multiple things going on, because if you're only working on one project, then it means too much to you. It's very difficult to feel like you've got a best alternate to a negotiated agreement or your BATNA. You can't walk away. So, the ability to walk away means you have to have something else to walk away to. So try and be doing multiple things at the same time, and then you won't find yourself in a situation that you regret being in.
Did the analytics help in any way with that, F.A.?
Yeah, definitely, because
Can you explain how your analytics work? I understand what analytics are, but how does it help?
Definitely. I can. For this situation, my suggestion could be we should get prepared before going to the deal making. So you, as a B plan, as we talk, you should come up with your potential maybe weak point the other person can ask you, and you can use analytics in this situation. I can give an example. For BritBox, we are 2 years old, and we have more than 500,000 subscribers, but there could be at the beginning some biases about BritBox, like, oh, you guys got all the subscribers, but because you're British contents, probably all your subscribers coming from New York, LA side, so how you can describe yourself really like you're in the American market? And for this, we make an analytical research, and what we calculate, we look to how many subscribers we have in each city. Of course, we saw New York and LA is the number 1 and 2 because they are high population places. But in the second round, we calculate average streaming minutes per person. And it was a different story we faced with. We saw that in the middle American regions, stream watch for twice as long as user in New York City. So when we go to the deal, when someone tell us, oh, you are just limited to city areas, yes, we have so many subscribers in city areas, but we have the real fans in the middle American regions also. They consume us so much. Even we are British content, we have a taste each corner of the United States. This could be an example.
Yeah, F.A., you're the great professional and also great, real professional analytics. We did something, without that skill set in a negotiation with Netflix for a producer that was similarly using analytics that we just found on the internet.
Can you describe it a wee bit for us?
In that context, and again, this all to me comes back to leverage. In that context, Netflix doesn't give you ratings, right? And so they basically, you have no way of knowing how good or bad. They tell you what they tell you, and you don't really know. And in our effort to understand our leverage points in a producer where we were renegotiating, we went out and did a bunch of analytical information about all the digital data around our show. And so we came in and showed that 100 million people had actually looked at our show over a period of time. We came in and showed that it was the most engaged digital show within the network after one of their top shows. And we did our own version of kind of presenting a number of analytics to the other side after we planned and understood those numbers before we went in to even begin to negotiate, which turned into one of the biggest negotiations of last year for us.
And I'm super sure, as I mentioned before, when you put the number on the table, people should be agree with you.
They have to, right? Because
you
the
are
one
showing a
thing we
certain
could
way.
have, right? We love some of the big streamers. They get away with saying, we'll tell you what, how successful we are. And if you really think about it, they live in the ecosystem of digital analytics. So there's other ways to find out where they sit, even if they're not the traditional ratings that we all have, kind of lived with for most of our careers.
How do you get around Netflix being a black box for viewership? I'm not sure I understand.
I'm not sure what you mean by black box review.
Well, meaning you don't know how many people watched your show.
Well, you change the measure. The measure, again, we all grew up on ratings, how many people are watching. Yeah. But if the new measure becomes how many people are engaged by the objective analytics, you can find out how many people are going to the sites, how many people are downloading information, and how many people are chatting in rooms, how many people are on social media platforms around your content. You change the game and you change the narrative from the ratings, which they can hide because you won't get, to the things that are objectively able to get because guys like FA.
And also, I want to say,
there's other ways to show value. So, finding whether it's finding the analytics or other things that you can do to show value. For example, we were dealing with a piece of IP that it was a book, and although it was a little bit older, we were able to show that it sold X number of millions of copies in this country between this period and that period. Things like that can show the value that you're bringing so that you're not just relying on, it's a name or it's a no-name product. Also, listen to the other side when you're engaging with them in a negotiation because you might discover other leverage points. Don't be so tunnel vision in your negotiation that you're not listening to them tell you where you have leverage. For example, if they say, gosh, I really don't, I like this character, but I'm not sure I love the script. Think about that. What is it about that character? Is it something that if you had cast for that character, would that drive it? Would that make it strong enough? Would it increase your leverage? Or they talk about challenges that they're having with something else. So there are all these subtle clues that the other side will give you. And you need to be very aware and facile during that process so that what you might come in not thinking that you have a lot of leverage and discover that you actually do because you have something else that they want.
Just to pay Daryl credit, I think that's a very good strategy, and I think actually a more effective strategy than knowing the ratings, especially as it becomes to the streamers who hide the ratings, because if anybody, you may have seen, but most of what the ratings are on services like Netflix are not very impressive. I mean, of course, there are certain things that get very high ratings, but I've seen ratings from Netflix, And some of the top-rated shows might be getting, in any concurrent view over 3 days, 500,000 viewers. And it might be the #1 rated show. And so part of what they're doing is creating the illusion of Oz. And so their rating, because they're not in the ratings business, they're in the retention business. And they just need to have enough people watch enough of their shows anywhere in any country to stay. So what you did was outmaneuver them, because who cares what the ratings are? What you care about is what the other things. And so because their ratings don't really matter in many of the instances of many of the shows. You know, you could be talking about less than a couple 100,000 people, and it still could be win an Emmy, right? No one knows.
I want to give an interesting information about ratings. In the United States, they create the ratings based on a sample data, because the mentality is coming from you couldn't talk with each person, so they collect sample people and they create the ratings. And the United States sample data number is 40,000. It's really small.
That's nothing.
Like
That
how
is
you can make an
ridiculous.
assumption based on 40,000 people watching behaviors, and you say like, oh, I'm in #1 in the ratings. So what does exactly this means?
Maybe that's-
Especially in the new data
Well, it's just,
era.
that's statistically relevant, right? So it's not, I mean, isn't that just the way
But
it works?
nowadays, don't you think maybe that's why people look at social media and followers and things of that nature more?
And the poor man's way of trying to do these kinds of analytics is on Netflix or on Amazon, is to look at the number of reviews and ratings, because they will kind of correlate to the popularity. If you assume, you know, that probably on average 1 out of 10, 20, whatever it is, are going to take the time to rate a review, then you can kind of create a hierarchy. This show or this movie had, 1,000 reviews. This one has 300. Probably it's about 3 times more viewed.
Let's go further down the negotiation process or deal-making process tunnel, whatever it would be called. Are there any tips that you can give people on how to have a no turn into a yes, or any examples you can give?
Say no a lot. No, the power of no. I talk a lot about the power of no. Some of the best deals that I've ever done have been preceded by a lot of no. No, not enough, no. Thank you very much, no. And really, again, if you know how badly the other person wants what you have, and you have the confidence to say no and not lose the deal, and sometimes you have to be prepared to walk away from the deal, no has really been a powerful weapon in the negotiation for us.
And you only need one yes. That's the thing to always remember. That's the light at the end of the tunnel, which is that, 925 buyers can reject it, and if the 926th, wants it, you've succeeded. Although maybe you should have found something else in the interim to have tried to work on. And also that you can go at various stages. When I was a producer's rep, I had a partner who was more experienced than I, and he would always tell filmmakers, you have to know what price you want to sell at. And sometimes selling the sizzle is better than selling the steak. So if that price comes in when it's just a title and a concept poster, sell it then. Be alert to the idea that, once you've finished something, you may be in a position where you have no leverage. And in fact, you probably will be in today's market if you're talking about an independent film. So you have to be prepared to know what will work and to be able to take that deal and be checking in every step of the way. They don't like the script, or, you can come back to them when you have a director. They don't like they kind of like it a little more now. Try to get, some talent attached, or better yet, have them help you get talent attached. So a no is never a final no in this business, because if Steven Spielberg wants to do your script, suddenly everybody loves it,
And they all loved it from the beginning, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, but sometimes no is also the best thing you can hear. And this is something that is often, learned in hindsight. But if somebody says no, and they say no a lot and vociferously, and it really feels like a no, don't keep pounding your head against the same wall. It's a signal that you need to sometimes change your tactic or find a different party. Because if somebody's saying no and you push and push and push, and ultimately it's a reluctant deal, then your project can just get shelved and it can sit there and nothing will happen with it. And you're like, well, gosh, they made this deal with me, but it was a really hard deal. They didn't pay a lot. They didn't seem to really care. That's probably a deal you don't actually want to make because it really stops your creative process.
And I think you're implying that as especially anybody, the most valuable commodity you have is your time. So to just crank on a deal for a very long, long time and eat up cycles that's not really going to land where you want is not a good use of your time. The other point I would make is sometimes you should think about not trying to get a yes, but just starting by trying to get a maybe. I have always said you can't get from no to yes without starting at maybe. And one of the things that most people are worried about here is losing their job, especially if they have a great, cushy corporate, job. And so the worst thing you can do is stick your neck out. So your starting position is often no. So some people, as an entrepreneur, your starting position is yes, I want to do this. I am excited about doing something. So try and get them to get to maybe and build from there. That's what you want. And to get to maybe, you just got to find something that they like about it enough that you can build off of, as you just said.
That's where the analytics
element.
pops in.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone sort of said that, is you find the little thing that you build off of, but get to maybe, and it's a lot easier to get to yes.
I mean, the kinds of projects, how many of you are like indie filmmaker types who have projects you passionately want to make? I mean, maybe you have 10 at most that you really want to make on your plate at the moment. That's your universe of things you're going to be putting forward unless you're hired to do something and you get passionate about that, or you find an 11th and you abandon one. So for us, it's not unusual to work 10 years on a project to get it going. And, if we're passionate about it, we never give up. We go to the thing that's the hottest. I mean, we have enough projects and enough things we're working on that, when one project is cold, we work on the one that's moving forward. But in a way, we're not going to become classical musicians if we're in a rock band. We're not going to pivot to something completely different. We have our kind of repertory of things we want to do and things we love. And, maybe we should have gone to law school like our parents told us, but that's the life we've chosen.
Is there any specific in each of your areas that you would say, this is something you shouldn't really care about because it's bad in the short term, and you really should be looking at these other things because they're better for the long term? For example, if somebody's brand new, not holding out forever to get the highest fee, if you can at least get the project bought and something, a couple episodes or something.
Well, again, I think it depends on where you are in your cycle, right? I mean, if you have multiple things going on, it's a lot easier to say, this is good enough, right? What is this doing for me? Sometimes it's, just paying your rent, right? Like you make a deal that's going to pay you a fee and your back end sucks, which you're never going to see anyway, and that's going to pay your rent, right? So that's a good deal. Sometimes it's you've been struggling for a period of time to get a certain credit, and you're willing, you want to go from an EP to a producer in a movie, or you want to be an executive producer in TV, and you're willing to take a slightly lower fee for that. So it really depends on what there is or isn't you're trading off on. But again, back to what was said earlier, knowing what you need at that time to further your career. I mean, it's always sort of a little bit, until you get to a certain point, what can you do about this deal that makes the next deal easier that you can live with?
Can you build a relationship? I think a lot of this business is relationships. So if you're trying to get your first project going, I hesitate to say make any deal you can, because that's coming from somebody who sits on the, on the studio side more often than not. But it's good to just make a deal that gets you involved and gets you into the system and gets you in a place where you can start building relationships and showing what you've got and what you bring to the party. Because a lot of times you might do some crappy first deal, but as you're working together and the relationship develops, the studio might say, gosh, we have this other project and maybe you'd be right for this. So there are other opportunities that come up. So just
How does
getting
that
into
work,
the
though, if there are
environment.
multiple parties? For example, with John's latest project, there are multiple parties involved, so how do you,
What does that mean?
you know,
I
there
get
might...
multiple parties, but
Yeah.
what are you asking?
You mean triangulating a
Yes.
deal between? Yeah, it's very difficult sometimes, and one of the elements, not on that deal, but on a similar deal that I will go nameless, the financing party imposed conditions precedent that we really had no control over. I mean, we have control over chain of title, but they wanted to be able to attach some of the talent that was interested as a condition precedent to doing the deal with us. And that can be a very difficult, painful deal because it's now somewhat out of your control. And we've had deals like that that we've walked away from because it was taking too long for the other party to make it work for them. We said, look, you know, put on your big boy pants and make the deal with us and take your chances that you're going to be able to make it with the talent. We're not going to wait any longer. We're going to take it somewhere else. If you really love the project, you'll be confident that you'll close the deal or find a substitute. So we try to avoid those deals. I also really try to avoid development deals, to be honest with you, both as a writer and a producer, because they take just as long as a production deal today, I've found. There's much less money in them, needless to say, and they can get sidetracked and they can get weighted down with notes. I often arbitrate for the Writers Guild, which I'm a member of, and when you see all of these drafts by all of these writers and the script isn't necessarily getting better, you know,
It just
that's one of the reasons. They play around with it, and the executives change, and then your property is kind of captured with costs that are very difficult to negotiate to get back in turnaround, which is a key element, by the way, of any deal if you do a kind of development deal, that you're able to acquire the property without costs that you don't know about being attached to it.
Daryl has a fabulous book out called The 16th Minute of Fame, An Insider's Guide for Maintaining Success Beyond 15 Minutes of Fame. What deal-making tips are hidden in that book that you can share with us today?
Are we all getting signed copies?
For a small fee. Oh, no.
And Justin will sing a
Anytime,
song
happily
later.
do it. No, you know, the whole concept behind the 16th minute of fame, absolutely, just retained me. The whole concept behind the 16th minute of fame is really looking at our business today versus how we kind of all came up yesterday. And if you have the same mentality and you do the same kind of deal making and you fight really hard, and you only live, I often say, with one revenue stream like we used to do when I arrived in this town. You can have one deal and one revenue stream. Today, the concept is you've got to do more things because they're making fewer of everything, and the revenues don't go as far. And so the idea behind the 16th minute of fame is you have to think differently in the 21st century in order to build a sustainable career. A lot of the things that we've talked about on the panel, you have to have multiple deals. You just can't have that one show you're going to live and die with. You have to think a lot of times money may not be my biggest component. It might be exclusivity. In a landscape where everybody's locked into short orders and they want exclusivity as if they're hiring you for the year round, you have to think beyond, you know, kind of the noun. So
And do your carve-outs.
And carve-outs. I was going to say that's the other big
Carving out
one.
the things you don't want to be exclusive.
Coming in the gate. You know, you often go, do I tell them about this? Well, you better tell them because those paragraphs, you know, 5 pages in might take away your ability to continue to service those other projects. So I believe today you have to create multiple streams of revenue in order to sustain the kind of career or business that you could probably 15 years ago. And if you don't structure your deals in a way where you can render services or do things and create those multiple streams of revenue, you're not going to make it to that 16th minute.
Okay,
of fame.
so here's the question for you. In that idea, which is absolutely correct in my opinion, it's very difficult to carve out those things because they're known things, right? Most people at the studio level are going to say, no, you know, we're paying you whatever we're paying you, so you've got to do this. So I have a thesis on this, but I'd like your opinion since I just paid you for the book rights. How does one carve out stuff that is already known by the other person that they typically won't want to give? How can you create your own path outside of it? Because they're going to know that you want those things, and they're going to immediately say no.
But you can show that.
Asking?
Yeah, well, you can,
yeah, of
you can
course,
show,
but
though,
who
that
wants
you
that?
can bring more value. You can bring more value
For
to
example?
them. For example, if I'm bringing a story, and I have a relationship with a phenomenal licensing agent who wants to take it out and do the consumer products and merchandising side.
Right.
The studios will do that as an afterthought for the most part. Their first reflex is going to be, no, we're going to keep it. But what in fact you can do is you can bring them the opportunity, and you can say, hey, I can do this faster, better, and I'm going to share the revenue with you. And you're laughing, but
I'm not laughing, I'm disagreeing. It's different.
But
They
this is
wouldn't
something
agree to that. The studio won't, I mean, I'm sure.
I have done it.
I know, but I'm saying the position of saying, I'm smarter than you, which is an implication of this.
Not smarter.
It is, but I'm faster, I'm better, you're not going to do it as well. Only would work, and I'm sure you found a way around it, because every deal has a loophole. But that works, but that's not an easy spot to be in if you're Warner Brothers and your job is to own all the rights, because it's not only that, they don't want to let you do it, because God forbid this is a giant $100 million movie and they don't control it. That's what they're really worried about. So,
As Fox learned on Star Wars.
as Fox learned on Star Wars.
Yes.
But here's a way you do it. Here's a way you do it sometimes. Again, there's no blanket rule, and so I don't think, we have all unique experiences, and the great art of fun deal making is sometimes you break precedents, you do things that haven't been done before. But this is what I often tell my creators. And we just did this ultimately with a property we sold that we think is going to be a humongous success because we have a humongous star behind it. And even I don't care how big your star is, if Warner Brothers or Fox or one of the big studios want all rights, they're going to try to get all rights. So what we go do is we don't talk about carving it out. We go make a small deal for some ancillary right, and rather than calling the product original, we call it a brand extension of something we've created.
Or derivative.
Whether it is a book, whether it is we did comic books in one situation. We did educational books in another situation.
You
We
could
do
do-
a foreign deal in
You could
another
do-
situation.
And you could do a podcast. It costs you nothing
Absolutely.
to do those things.
So the idea of pre-selling or actually creating a smaller deal that is published or in some way in the marketplace gives you a tremendous amount of power when they say they want all rights. And they may say you can carve that little thing out, whatever, and you've got that little thing carved out. They may say we want to buy that little thing you've started. Now you're negotiating for some additional revenue because you have a deal.
That's right.
But the idea I'm advocating is to think differently, embrace the change, understanding that they are going to kind of want it all, and your job is to be 2 steps ahead and figure out how to make sure you keep a little piece or some of the pieces for yourself.
And
It
it's-
used to be as simple as we keep foreign, we sell you domestic, right? That was the game for a very, very long time. Now they want foreign because everybody's global in the context of how they're distributing. So the point I think to take away is the creativity and how you can plan, and I'm sticking onto my leverage, how you plan and how you approach the deal making, because I do a lot of front-end thinking, whether I got a big player or a small player, to understand, because I know they're going to want everything, and I know we're going to try to retain as much as we can, because you have to in this climate.
Here's an example, just to support you, that everybody can relate to. Everyone's heard of probably the Blues Brothers, John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd, back. They had this idea for characters while they were on Saturday Night Live, and I think it was their agent or lawyer that said, if you perform this for the first time on SNL, Lorne Michael will own it, so you should go to a nightclub and do one-night gig, and then you should bring it in. And then they owned it, and that became the House of Blues and a very big empire for Dan Aykroyd. So that's an example way before anybody could create podcasts, but that is exactly what you're talking about, and that's exactly how it worked, and Dan Aykroyd made hundreds of millions of dollars off of that.
The other thing is, other than the large studios, the smaller studios tend to be a lot more flexible in doing this. Warner Brothers, it's virtually impossible unless you really do a lot of front-end thinking, as Daryl is advocating, but some of the other studios that don't have the fully fleshed out departments in everything, they are much more amenable to hearing that you have an opportunity that you can bring to them. It would be their deal, you would still participate in it, but you are bringing that in, so you're retaining some control and a different revenue stream.
I agree, because, at a certain point when you're haggling and, if you say we want to keep the non-educational rights on our film, the educational rights on our film to exhibit in universities, which they'll probably never do, or live stage performance, which they'll probably never do, they'll give it up at that point to close the deal. But, for me, the thing that's the most exciting that's changed in the 3,000 years I've been in this business is the ability to, reach people directly. We would never do a film or a project without doing some kind of crowdfunding related to it. Not just because we want money, but because it's a form of pre-sale that you control. And more importantly, even than that, is that you're able to create an audience and people who are involved with your content. We did that for the theatrical release of the Philip K. Dick movie that I did. We found the money for it because all the streaming offers we had, after putting years into something, you'd like to see it on a big screen and give it a chance. So, we did that, but the best part of it was we had about 1,000 people around the world who would give out postcards in markets, who would tweet about it, who would post on social media about it. We were able to create a virtual marketing department for ourselves on the film, and also a source of people that we can keep going back to and keep in touch with as a base of fans and a base of investors. So,
How did you do the crowdfunding and get?
Wait, that's another panel.
Well, we
isn't
did
it?
it on Kickstarter, but we've done it on other platforms too.
We're almost out of time because you five are a fabulous font of information. So let's open it up for questions. Does anybody out there have a question, or shall we continue with our conversation?
We've answered everything, haven't we?
Or F.A., did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I want to give an example from music business.
All
Maybe
right.
I thought there are some people interested in the
good.
music
Thank you.
business for deals, because I work in a indie label, and as we talk, like, their budget is really limited. So when you go to the deal, like when we're trying to put our artists in a festival or famous concerts in LA, and we just get sometimes like, oh, you don't have enough fans. In this situation, you gotta know. And then, yes, you don't need to accept no, and then I may agree, like, we really need to find a creative idea. And as an inspirational story, I can share that in that situation, nowadays technology is so easy. When I talk about data, it's not that always that sophisticated algorithms or something. No, just like look at the radio stations and you could see where's your genre, or like where's your content is consumed. And then based on that, maybe your market is not LA. You can find a different route, and you can start your indie label tour, and then you can get your fan, and then you can come to LA, and you can say,
That
like,
is a good point.
I create this tour myself based on my fans, and you can just go to the limited places where your fans are. So you need to check,
suggestion.
definitely use the data. Maybe I shouldn't call it data, like radio stations informations or social buzz,
Well, thank you. That's great. I can't really see because, oh, there you are. All right, so first I'll do the waving person because she had a more insane wave.
Can you speak louder?
Oh, wait, I apologize
cannot
for
hear
saying
you.
this. We're almost out of time and we will be kicked out in 5 minutes, so if we can really make our questions short, thank you.
I just want to talk about you after we have a huge fan base in Turkey over some of our products, and I'm not sure what's with that. That's cool. But my general question is, I was wondering if, this or any other time, this sort of idea of a roundtable where you're discussing different projects, not just, and I realize some of it you can't disclose what you're working on, but in terms of percentages that you guys like to, numbers, fees, from
If you have an experienced lawyer or agent, they'll probably be able to give you
Anybody
guidance.
can help. I mean, even if it was someone you took to lunch and you looked up and said, people will tell you what those things are. That's not a state secret.
All right, the person,
Hi, Mr. Hochberg mentioned the example from Inaccurate, that they created the podcast, or they went to
the outside,
first, but now it would translate into doing a podcast first, basic, is that what you're, like,
Sure.
how do you mitigate maintaining your ownership of your content today?
Well, it's the same exact thing. I mean, the world hasn't changed, right? So whatever you can do to create a precedent that it's something that exists in the real world is A, establishes that you own it. B, this world is filled with a lot of people who are very insecure about their creative decisions, which is why you get so many scripts that get rewritten or reshot or things like that. So anything that has a precedent having been accepted in the marketplace is incredibly valuable, right? So there was a time in which, many years ago, people at CAA were recommending that people write almost a faux book. Like it's a book that is actually just like you take your screenplay for a movie and write it as a book so that you can then, and CAA would then publish it, and then you could say it's a published book, and then you'd go have an auction for book rights to turn it into a movie. So it accomplishes two goals, and it could be anything. It could be a one-woman play that you do. It can be a podcast. It can be a YouTube channel. It's whatever's within your means, but it also lets you, and this is a practical thing besides the negotiation, it lets you test out the material. There's a podcast company called Paracast that just got bought by Spotify. They had only $250,000 in revenue, and it sold for almost $100 million. Right? Everybody right now wants exclusive content, so if you can be out there doing things that are super low cost, that allow you to establish that as an existing entity, you're going to be in a much better spot.
are there any other questions? Oh, yes?
Fantastic panel, thank you guys. We mentor young actors and filmmakers. I have an association, so if you guys could give advice as to what would give them more leverage with their deal making, either putting their content out there through digital or social, or taking it through the film festival circuit.
I think that, everyone has to ask themselves the question of what they want their content to accomplish. And of course, everyone wants it to accomplish everything. They want it to get them their next job, they want to make money, and they want as many people as possible to see it. But those three goals are often in conflict. If you want as many people as possible to see it, put it up on YouTube for free. If you want to get an agent and get a next job, get it into a great festival. If you want to make money, do something that may sell at AFM, but it's probably not going to get you your next job if it's like a low-budget horror movie, unless it
YouTube's
takes
got a lot of
off.
free equipment, too, if you have enough subscribers.
Pardon?
YouTube has studios and a lot of free, top-notch equipment, too, if you can throw in a couple of subscribers.
Yeah, so you've got to do things. That's the point, is to do things with the resources you have. Make something. Don't wait for somebody else to empower you. It's easier than ever to make a movie, harder than ever to get someone to see it. So make it for as little as possible and make it great. The terrific movie Blue Ruin was funded on Kickstarter. I think it cost about $150,000. It got into Cannes. It established Jeremy Saulnier as a world-class filmmaker. And, that's what you've got to do today.
Well, Paranormal cost $10,000, right?
Yeah.
16, very little, and it grossed over $100 million.
Now I would say about that, I've seen so many better movies than that at horror festivals that don't have any distribution. So, try to make something that doesn't need $10 million to distribute it. Because as you were saying about people's jobs, the guy who's got the nerve, I'll use that word, to put up $10 million on a $100,000 or $10,000 film, at a studio, that's a guy who probably has a very wealthy, significant other, because he may well lose his or her job.
Well, let's thank our most wonderful panel, even though I'm cutting Linda off. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right. Very nice to meet you.
First.
take the selfie. Everybody, lean in. Thank you. Just turn it around because it's on selfie right now. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome to the Creative Masterclass at Digital Hollywood 2019 Springtime. So, how many of you have already been to this panel before? Okay, so we are going to have conversations. And at the very end, we're going to have some room for questions. Try to think now, if you get to ask some of these people one question, what is the most burning topic on your minds, so that you make the moment matter? So let me introduce you to our guests. Starting down at the far end, we have Andrew Sugarman. Andrew produces and finances films through his company, Pantheon Entertainment. He has done some amazing films, some of which were my favorites ever, like Shop Girl. He has a cross-section of genres that he works in, and this is just a tiny sampling. All of these people on this panel have way more credits, so consider this the appetizer that sends you looking at much more of their work online. Adam Leipzig is reinventing education through his startup, Media U. He's been an executive at Disney and president of National Geographic Films, where he brought March of the Penguins into all of our hearts. He's got 2 books he's written. He is the publisher and editor-in-chief of Cultural Weekly, which I occasionally write for. And his TEDx talk is just amazing. Hunt it down. Jordan Berg is a packaging and digital agent at CAA. He represents clients like Catherine Hardwick in the digital space and has packaged some of the films that have come out of the in-house production arm of CAA. Tim Zajaros is also producing and financing films through his company, Armory Films. He has done Mudbound. His new project coming out this summer is The Peanut Butter Falcon, which we'll be talking about. He has done interesting projects that are both for online streamers and for major studios. And then there's Todd Garner. Todd Garner produces about 50 movies a year with some unknown talent like Adam Sandler, he's done Paul Blart Mall Cop, Night and Day. One of the most interesting films that I saw was called Tag, which, as the mother of 3 now grown sons, I can assure you is a documentary. And most of all, Todd has a phenomenal podcast called The Producer's Guide. And he has done over 60 episodes so far. Once you start, preferably with the first one, which is Adam Sandler, you're going to get hooked, and you're going to find you don't know anything about what goes on in Hollywood. So get ready to get absorbed. I have had Todd in the car with me at Trader Joe's. He is with me in the morning when I wake up, and sometimes in the evening as I'm going to sleep. It is yes, well, it's Hollywood. Come on, just go with it. And he produces films through his company, Broken Road, and you'll definitely want to know more about his stuff. And last but hopefully not least, there is me. I started out writing TV shows, which interestingly enough are still very big in the Christian community, which I only know because I speak at the National Religious Broadcasters Conference every year, and everybody comes up and tells me they were just watching Love Boat last week. After I had children and needed a placeholder job, I was associate publisher of Creative Screenwriting Magazine and did the first 5 years of Screenwriting Expo. Along the way, I decided that I would dabble in technology and got 3 patents for developing a mobile platform called Clixit. And my most recent credit is working for Stan Lee's POW Entertainment, doing my first comic book. So, thank you. So here we are. And I want to start with Adam because instead of just going down the line and talking about projects, I thought we'd begin talking about the idea of what does the idea of creativity mean right now in America and in the world?
Thanks for tossing me a softball. How many creatives do we have in the house? That's just about everybody. Okay, let me give you a really specific answer to a general question. I think creativity today is three things. I think it's entrepreneurship and uniqueness and the ability to execute. Entrepreneurship, because every creative person has to be the CEO of their own company. You're your own producer, your own publicist, your own chief executive, your own CFO, your own CTO, your own CIO. No one's going to do it except you, and you need to figure out how to do that and be that. Uniqueness, because we don't want to see another one of those movies or those shows. You have to make something that nobody has seen before. Make the thing that you haven't seen before. That's what you should be making. And then ability to execute, because I don't know how other people on the panel feel, but there are so many great first acts, and so many of them fizzle and never have great third acts. And there are so many people with great ideas that just can't get them all the way across the finish line. So I think today in America, creativity has a very practical framework that you have to be able to actually get it done, and done well enough that you can bring other people along to help you achieve your vision. Toss it to the rest of you.
Andrew.
We're answering the same question, what is creativity?
Yeah.
I think creativity is unique for each person and how they express their creativity and what drives a person in this industry to be creative. I mean, there's a lot, and I think creativity is short-sold for a lot of the people who are not obvious the creative as a writer or a director. There are people who are in finance who are incredibly creative because they have to think outside the box and come up with different ways to solve problems. So for me, creativity, a lot of it has to do with solving problems, solving issues, and figuring things out in a way that's unique. So yes, there's the expression of a unique voice, and a writer has a unique voice, and a director has a vision. All of those are creative. But ultimately what I think creative comes down to is looking at a problem, and that problem can be how to resolve the third act of a script. The problem can be how are we going to do the visual effects on this particular movie and yet stay within budget. The problem could be how am I going to get this picture financed? All of those things are creative problems that need solutions, and it takes the brilliance and the creativity and the uniqueness of how you attack that problem to make your success. And I think that's where the creativity comes on all the different levels and on all the different aspects of what make filmmaking.
Jordan, you're in the area that's cutting edge of creativity. What does it mean to you and to your whole team back at CAA?
I think the number one thing that I've always learned, and I see it resonate throughout our company and throughout a lot of our clients, is that people can tell you that there's, a certain path that you should take or a certain direction that makes the most sense, but at the end of the day, there's no right way to do one thing, honestly. There is a million different ways to do it, and you can look at it across every variation within the industry from, a writer, director, performer, agent, manager, producer, whomever you may be. No one had the same path coming up. Everyone has a different, work style and work ethic. What works for one person is the complete opposite for another person. So you really have to hone in and really listen to what you feel is your strongest passion area and your strongest, areas of focus moving forward. And in addition to hearing people around you and echoing the same sentiment, hopefully, and once you hear about that, then, ultimately things will go in a certain direction for you. I look at a good example is we look at Jason Blum is obviously a prolific producer. He had a number of movies that he had produced in the family-friendly space before Paranormal hit, and then once that hit, obviously he took it in a direction no one's doing, these tiny pennies worth of low budget horror movies, and that's a white space for me to really lean into, and he obviously leaned into that and put full steam ahead and had this business plan. He's obviously, creative genius and built a company around it, but, he went into this identifiable brand that he was also a passion, a passion area of his behind. And then ultimately, once he really hit on that and one after the next, then he kind of started to break it out into other areas. Not to say again, this has to be, because so many people up here have so much experience, in other areas, but it's something to kind of look at closely and see that this is one area that worked for somebody. In other areas, it's multiple movies that hit it one after the next. But, brand definition vision when you're just starting out, I think is very, very crucial, and say what you can really, really do really well and identifiable compared to a lot of the other people, and run with that, and then it can open up so many other areas outside of that, what you ultimately may want to do too.
So, Tim and Todd, what do you think makes a person creative on the production end where you start? And how do you spot somebody who's able to replicate it over and over?
No, you go first. That way I can disagree with you.
I mean, first, confidence. It for me is really important. Somebody that actually has a distinct and unique vision, but is actually confident in what in that vision. Because I feel like you meet with a lot of writers and directors and people that want to make something, but are more focused on making something that, when you're meeting with them, that they're trying to basically pitch you what you want to hear as opposed to what the story that they want to tell. And I think that when they do that, obviously that there's nothing necessarily unique to what they're pitching you. They're trying to assume what you're looking for and what you want, and that's not really a vision. That is an interpretation of my vision, not necessarily their vision. Now, it's important, I think, to be collaborative, because not everybody's right all the time, and you need to be flexible and when you're making films 100%. But yeah, I mean, I think confidence, a unique vision, and passion.
Yeah. I would agree with all that. I do think that you have to come at things with a clear point of view, but also in the execution of it, just not want to just be good, and it's good enough, and that applies all through the storytelling process. So if you're driving in your car and you come up with a good idea, or you hear a good idea or whatever, don't just rush out to try and get it done right away. Really think about it and think about, okay, what is this movie or television show or whatever, and what is special about it, and why is it going to resonate with the audience? Because ultimately you have to make it. And I think that a lot of young producers and storytellers just get stuck on just selling something or just getting something set up. And if you've been doing it as long as I have, certainly, or we have, that becomes like incidental. You really have to have a long-term vision of this is going to come out in the theater or for a streamer or whatever. And so you can't just be good enough. You can't just like sell the idea to the first person who wants to buy it necessarily. You have to pick the right writer. You really have to concentrate when you're developing something that it's not just, well, it's good enough now, let me try to go get it made. Because at some point you're going to hit that, wall head on where it's not good enough. It's either going to be, you won't get a great piece of talent attached to it, such as a director or an actor. You won't get a studio to say yes, or ultimately the audience will just be like, it doesn't seem good, which is always so shocking to me how fast an audience can pick up on if you think like, I think I did a pretty good job of hiding this, that it's not great. And the second a trailer hits, you're like, that looks like shit. And you're like, oh, okay, I didn't hide it so well. That was a good 4 years of my life. So I would say it's the tenacity to just make sure that at every step you do the best you possibly can.
So how long do you think, on average, or if you can even estimate, how long is that incubation process for you?
Well, I just had the good fortune of making a movie that took 14 years to make. That was a good incubator.
How was the trailer received?
Not yet. I just finished shooting. So, I mean, look, there is no. I think that's the quickest way to make yourself insane, is to have like some expectation of like, this should probably take 6 months, or any expectation whatsoever, because you'll just quit. I mean, it's absurd how hard it is to get movies made. Yet, the people that I am friends with, and certainly the people that I have on my podcast, are all wildly successful, more successful than they've ever been in their lives as producers. One of my dear friends, Basil Iwanek, just had a movie come out this weekend, did $57 million. This is a guy who's been doing this a long time, and he's had a lot of success along the way, but this was like...
Do you want to mention the movie?
It's called John Wick 3. And so he's his third one in his series. The guy's been working his ass off. I mean, he's just a grinder. And he had a shit series of luck this year. He had 3 movies at Weinstein Company when the whole thing went upside down. And so, it's just about tenacity and staying with it, because it just takes one. And so, if you go in thinking a finite amount of time that this should get done, you're going to definitely be disappointed.
Yeah. Also, recently I've been making a lot of documentaries. Average for documentary is 5 years, just to put it in perspective. So if you get to 4 years and you're not done yet, don't worry, you're still in process.
So I want to start with Tim and Andrew on this one. How do you decide, because you guys do financing, how do you decide whether or not a movie merits you going to the absolute limits to fund this project? What are your criteria?
Well, first and foremost, it's the script. I mean, we don't get tempted by a big director or a big writer or a big cast, and sometimes we're on way before there's the cast or directors, but I think that there's a lot of companies that get seduced by names and they don't really pay attention to the material. And the material, like, you can have the greatest actors and the greatest director in the world, but if the script's a piece of crap, the movie's going to be a piece of crap. So for us, it's first and foremost, it's the story, and if it hits us, or just almost every movie that we've made, we've read the script and we're like, we got to make this, or we need to go give a couple notes, and if they can execute these notes, then we need to go make this movie. It's more of a feeling than it is anything else. And then of course, you need to have a certain level of cast to at least so you can get a certain level of foreign sales. The foreign sales market doesn't even barely exist now. But that said, we also take much larger risks than other companies, because I think that so many companies are focused on those numbers and an algorithm that's going to tell you whether or not a movie's going to work, and that's just not how you do it, in my opinion. You can't just put this actor and this level of action and it's just going to work, and I don't know. To me, that doesn't work, and I think that it's pretty clear across the board that doesn't work, but there's still a lot of companies and studios, for that matter, that follow that sort of plan, and I don't know, it's just not something that we do. So first is the story, the script.
Andrew?
Okay, yeah, we actually have financing partners that I work with, so we don't self-finance, but I go to several partners for financing for films, and which actually puts a whole level of responsibility on it, because you're actually dealing with other people's money. For me, in this answer, is a myriad of different questions, not just in relation to financing, but in relation to, why I'm doing this, and what motivates me is that I have to be extremely passionate about a project. I have to feel that a particular movie isn't just a deal, but this is a movie that's got to get made, that I have a very, very strong feeling this is a movie I have to make, and that I would watch it as an audience, and that I think other people, therefore, are going to watch it as an audience. When I made Conviction, that was a movie, when I read the script, I dropped everything I had. Some very big stuff happening. I just dropped everything and said, I'm dropping all these things, I'm making this movie. And a bunch of people thought I was crazy. And there had been some very, very experienced good people who had failed at getting that picture made. And so I was up against a big barrier of, like, how are you going to get that thing done? Like, some very big boys, like at Working Title, weren't able to get it done. I just started doing it. And it was that kind of certainty and passion and knowing that I had to make this film that drove me, that brought in the investors, that coalesced the creative community that made that happen. And, it's the film that I'm the most proud of anything I've ever done. So that's what drives me.
So this is for all of you, and I mentioned that I speak to the evangelical Christians, which is fascinating because I'm an outsider to that community in many ways. But there's 140 million people who identify as Christian in this country, and they're still watching the TV shows because they want safe and clean content. So the question is it possible, outside of Disney, to make a blockbuster that doesn't have sex, violence, and profanity in it in this current market in the 21st century? If so, how? If not, why?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at Illumination. I mean, there's the problem with the family film market right now, having come from Disney, as has Adam, is that a lot of it has been ceded to animation. So this movie that we just did with John Cena and John Leguizamo and Keegan-Michael Key and Judy Greer's called Playing with Fire, it's very much a throwback to the movies I was making when I was at Disney, which are like The Pacifier, Game Plan, those kind of movies. And for whatever reason, probably just a generational thing, and they just weren't sexy enough. All the studios decided, nah, we're not making those anymore. So when I started my deal at Paramount Pictures, they recognize there's still a market for that. I mean, it's yet to be seen. I have no idea how the movie will do. But everywhere I go now, Netflix, Universal, Sony, they all want family movies because they're recognizing that. It's not just the Christians, by the way. It's anybody who has kids. If you have kids and you go, well, what is there to see this weekend? If it's not a Marvel movie or animation, there's nothing to see. And the live action, it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy if you give that up to animation. By the way, they've done it incredibly well. If there is a market there, potentially, and so I think that you're going to start to see those kind of traditional family movies being made. Ironically, Disney they don't make them anymore. They're going to start making more for the streaming service Disney Plus, but the studio has zero interest in making those movies. And what's weird is that when we did our P&L for the movie, they couldn't find a movie that didn't gross less than $100 million worldwide in all those stupid guy runs into kids movies, and so that's the problem is if you just decide it's not sexy enough, I'd rather make The Big Sick, or something like that, which is a little bit more cachet, and you can go to cocktail parties and be cool. Those movies won't get made. I am starting to see that shift.
Every time I walk onto the lot at Disney, I wish that I was wearing a T-shirt that said "No more dead mommies." Is that something?
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Is that something that we can ever break?
That's the craziest question ever. I'll take it.
There you go.
I'll take it.
I don't have any.
The reason why you kill the mother, is that you have to isolate the male with the kids. Like the reason why all these movies work. If you look at Incredible, she's not dead, but she goes off and saves the world. They figured it out. So if you look at all of these movies, the perception in comedy is that men are idiots. And so you put them with kids and what do we do? And so that is the formula if you look at Despicable Me and something like, so those kind of movies, you're always trying to isolate the father. In the old animated movies, that's the way they isolated him. I think that's going by the wayside now.
I was going to turn that question over to the House and assume that there's someone in the House who's going to stop killing mommies. Yes, I see hands going up
Yeah, you
right
don't need
now.
to
It's
anymore.
happening.
You don't
It's
need to.
happening.
So, Jordan, YouTube and all of the other platforms are really insisting on safer content now because of the advertising. So how is that influencing the creative process for the young Turks who seem to be the large pool of talent there?
I think, just going back to the point of more family-friendly and safer content just in general, I think it's reflective, unfortunately, across the world and all the messaging that we're getting, and people are wanting, clearly, more happier times. And so Netflix has identified that really well in a brand, in a very, key area of focus of doing, 10 to 15 of these movies potentially a year, of these, just uplifting and inspiring movies, and that can resonate. Clearly it's going across all the other verticals and all the other channels, so like Facebook, YouTube and so forth, where advertisers get spooked, and it's not easy to get advertiser money wherever you are, this day and age especially. So you start to see some more streamers that are going to be popping up that have already made announcements too, that are going to try to attack the advertisers more. So for them to do that, clearly they need to have safer content, because for one thing that spooks them, they'll immediately pull off and they won't put their brand behind and fund a piece of a series or a feature. So, I mean, there's a lot of, creators that are coming off of, I mean, you can spell, like Joe Penna, is a guy who came out of the YouTube space as a director, did this movie called Arctic that played at Cannes last year. He was always like a filmmaker in his own right and always wanted to do bigger movies, but, they took a chance on him and he hadn't done, one just yet, but he did a ton of short films off of that were they were edgy enough for his own YouTube channel, but then in the next area of pivoting towards that had this movie called Arctic, and he and his writing partner wrote the script and attached to direct. They put the whole movie together, went to Cannes, and so forth. So people that can come out of a unique perspective in a unique world that, especially this day and age where, more safe content is just enticing to everybody around the world, will have a clear kind of, market for that, I feel like. And, whereas everyone was wanting dark stuff for a number of years, and still a lot of people do, all the streamers especially want to go a little more lighter fare, or at least want to have a clear, clear area of focus within that. And it'll continue to just ramp up, I feel like, even more and more as you go down the line. So.
I want to reframe the word calling this safe content. I think it's hard content. And I don't mean hard R, and I have no problem with hard R, but what I mean is I think that most of the time when I read scripts and see movies, the default to language, to sex and violence is easy writing. It's an easy way out of a character or a moment. And I think it's much harder to write great dialogue, great characters, great stories that don't have to have that easy default. So I just, safe sounds like baby food. I don't want it. But interesting, character-driven, meaty human stories or animal stories. By the way, March of the Penguins, a good quarter of the box office was the Christian community, because so I think there's a lot of content out there that hasn't yet been explored.
Mm-hmm. So this one is for Tim and Todd, because you've both made movies that are for Netflix and you've both made movies for studios. So can you compare and contrast the process all the way up to when it comes out?
Well, when it comes out is a joy because you have no box office, so you can just relax. Because there's nothing more gut-wrenching than a weekend of tracking and knowing how awful your movie's going to do. When it goes, thank you. when it goes to Netflix, you're like, this is great. Millions of people are watching it right now in your own head. Anyway, so the difference is it's negligible in terms of the making of it. I've made 3 at Netflix, and Isn't It Romantic was bought by Netflix for the whole world except for North America after the fact, which was fascinating. And so the making of it, when I first made True Memoirs there, it wasn't, they were very clear that it was not a movie studio. It was a service. They were not going to give us notes. They weren't going to act like a studio. They were just going to let us do our thing and then proceeded to do the exact opposite. They absolutely were a movie studio. They gave us tons of notes. They were very involved. Great people working there. And then they just decided, you know what, I think we are a studio if we're going to make 90 movies a year. And so they hired Scott Stuber, and then they've hired many, many executives from around town, and they are a full-fledged studio. And they act like it. And so when you're there, they're very confident. They know exactly what they want. They are completely untethered from the P&L, which is why they're going to win and why movie studios are ultimately going to slowly bleed to death. And by untethering from the P&L, it frees them up to make decisions that are purely creative rather than driven by some insane, foreign sales or some crazy notion that this actress is going to get on a couple of covers, which is going to mean a few dollars in the box office, which is bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Definitely agree with that. Well, actually, we finance and produce our movies independently, then we sell them. So technically, we've never actually worked with a studio or Netflix prior to the sale. I mean, I could speak only to the difference in the release strategy, potentially, and it was just, we only had one movie with Netflix, and it was just a unique situation when they purchased Mudbound out of Sundance. One of the reasons why we went with them is because they were extremely passionate about the movie, and we put an awards campaign in the contract. So that was one of the biggest reasons why we went with them. And you know, when they're really behind something, when they really believe in something, I mean, they really put their money where their mouth is. And man, they spent an exceptional amount of money getting Mudbound out there. And we knew that going into that, we knew that even though we're getting into an awards campaign with Netflix, which was likely going to be the reason why we might not even get a Best Picture nomination because it was Netflix, we still made the movie because we wanted the world to see the movie, and we knew that if they put the money into the marketing of that movie and had the platform in which more viewers could see the movie, and then that's really why we made the movie in the first place.
Well, that can't be overstated. If you think about Netflix, if you've ever driven down the Sunset Corridor going either east or west, it's all Netflix billboards, and so they feel ubiquitous. They feel like, oh my God, Netflix is everywhere. That's all they're spending their marketing money on. That's what's incredible about this company, is that it's just peer-to-peer marketing. All their marketing is done within their own site. So unlike a studio that's like, Jesus, I gotta spend $30 million to get this crappy teen comedy out there, which totally jams your P&L, they just put it on their site, and they know the analytics of what you watch, and they go, hey, you maybe will like this crappy teen comedy that we also made, and then you'll be driven there, and for free. That's what's really the game changer in terms of Netflix, in terms of the way they do business and the freedom and why they can make so many things and why their swing is so smooth, is because then they get a movie like Mudbound and they just put all their resources into that movie, or Roma this year, to make a huge splash, driving more people to the site because it feels like all their content is going to be of that quality. And so for a movie like Isn't It Romantic, where we sold to Netflix all over the world except for North America, what they did is it freed New Line to not have to market individually in each of those countries, which saves an extraordinary amount of money to the bottom line.
There's this new little thing in journalism that's happening too, and it's not the pretty girl on the cover of the magazine. It's the listicle of what you have to see on Netflix this month. And so journalists are really distinguishing themselves now by saying, I'm the arbiter of what's going on Netflix or Hulu. And it's fascinating because I read those and I take out my little thing and schedule it on my calendar. So it is a huge cost saving because...
They're curating it instead of Netflix.
Yeah. So Jordan, this is one of those questions that because you're at the biggest agency in the world, and everybody wants to know, how do they think? How do I make them fall in love with me? What is it that you look for in a client in your department? Because you've got both packaging and digital. And so you handle the regular clients there as well, like Catherine Hardwick. What is it that you find attractive about a client?
I mean, I think it goes back to the first question. I mean, you have to have, you know, a passion focus. I mean, no area, if you're just kind of like listening to what you think we want to hear or somebody else wants to hear, is going to interest anybody. I think, you know, you clearly have to, one thing for me is going to be completely different than another colleague of mine, and so forth and on down the line. So, I mean, it obviously starts with great work, you know, on you know, whether you're director, writer, or producer, or anything on that. In that side, I think, you know, what I'm able to do is I'm able to span across a number of different departments within the company. I'm more so a crossover agent, so I can work with a lot of production company clients, but also, you know, creators and writer directors, and then some people coming out of the YouTube space, and working with new media platforms and studios and so forth. So I'm able to kind of like utilize my brain in that, you know, capacity. And in that, you know, I have obviously a lot of my own passion areas, and I help identify that to a lot of the, as a young agent in the company, you know, being able to jump onto certain, you know, client company teams and help just let them know there is this new space and this other whole new medium and beast of where you can tell good stories in, because at the end of the day, you're a storyteller. You don't have to go make $100 million budget movie. You can go tell $1 million budget movie if you want to, or go direct a short film or something. I think that, yes, we work at a company that's business focused and, where obviously there's a bottom line and so forth. But, this day and age, I feel like more than ever what we're allowed to do in light of an area that I won't touch upon because it's very sensitive, but I'll avoid that subject. But on other areas, we can be creative just like our clients, and that's what I love, that I'm able to do that and go to any other colleague within the company and say, look, I have this baby writer who has only written one spec, but it's one of the best that I've ever read. It doesn't matter what genre, frankly. It could just be something unbelievably amazing, and I'll help shepherd that, through with other colleagues and help them go from there. And that could obviously, lead to a lot more momentum, for their career path. But I mean, it doesn't really start. I mean, you have the most senior agents within the company that represent first-time writers and second-time writers too. I mean, it happens everywhere. And same with producers or directors. They just have, they believe in someone and they believe in their voice, and you don't have to define because of what you think our definition should be. Stick within and really message that as much as you possibly can and build those relationships. And at the end of the day, I mean, it's only going to help you grow and continue to grow if you have a very definitive, this is what I love doing, and this is why no one will tell me what to do. Like, I love hearing that from, other creators and other clients of mine. Like Catherine is a good example of that. She's obviously been in the business for 40 years, started in production design and, came across the directing and writing and stuff, but she still has so many different areas. She's going to go direct this series in a week and a half for Katzenberg's new platform, and she just ultimately loves good stories, and that's what she wants to do. Like that for the rest of time, she will continue to do that, and no one will tell her no. And so we will just help her and be creative with her and helping her tell the best versions and where we can possibly help set this up and create with her. So those are the clients that, will always, I think, resonate throughout, every agency for the most part, that we want to help shepherd and help you in business.
But that's so important. If anybody in this room thinks their career can't start until they get an agent, you're not going to have a career. Mm-hmm. So, your career starts when you start creating and you start writing and you start making things and you start figuring out ways to be creative in terms of your distribution model, putting it on YouTube, finding ways to get it to festivals. All those things will ultimately lead an agent to find you. But if you're sitting around going, well, it's a catch-22, I can't have a career until I have an agent, and I don't have an agent until I have a career, it's just crap. Mm-hmm. You got to just go out and create and do it. There's so many ways to get seen and get heard that, this thing that we're not going to talk about, I'll talk about it on my podcast, guys, is just evidence that people are still, no offense, because it's going to turn around, but people are thriving and they're writing and they're doing stuff. And so until they get this all sorted out, people are going to have their careers and they're going to keep doing it. So if you don't have an agent, just do your thing and they'll find you.
Yep.
My first agent when I came out here was William Morris, and they were very siloed. It was like, you're a TV writer. Features are a whole different department. They're on a different floor, so we don't even talk to them. But what I found out was I got every job I ever had while I was with William Morris. So having an agent, as he says, can be important, but you're not sitting there waiting for calls. You're still going out
You
and
mean
finding.
you got every job yourself while at that agency,
Right.
not they got it for
They
you.
never got me a
Right.
job.
That's exactly right.
3 years, never a job.
Sorry.
Which is
But
It's WB, so it's fine.
Yeah. So we should just beat the shit out of him after this. Just to get our aggressions out on the whole big monolith that sits in Century City. What do you say?
My
But
number
on
on my
a-
business card is your office line. That's fine.
On a lighter note, let's go to Adam because
I just want to add one thing to
Oh,
that,
sorry.
which was there's a lot of obsession sometimes about getting the job, whether it's through an agent or not, or how do I meet this person, how do I get that. And I think that sometimes creatives, especially in the early parts of their career, are missing out on the most important thing, which is to concentrate on the quality of what they're doing. And to really drill in deeply into, that first draft of that script, is that really the best draft? Who can you get advice from that is going to help you perfect that and make it really, really sing? Because I think, a lot of times you get people sending out, oh, this is my pitch, would you like to read the screenplay? Well, how much have you really gone into the research behind those characters? Is it based on true characters? Is it inspired by true characters? have you gone to your people you respect creatively and gotten them to give you feedback on this and to give you notes on this? And if you listen to those notes, or whether it's a director, or producer, or another writer, and I think that the concentration on just doing really, really, really great work is something that people sometimes forget because they just want to get a job. They just want to get something made. And I think that it's sometimes important to dial back, concentrate on making something great, and when it's great, then go out with that and say, this represents me.
Yeah, the goal shouldn't be to get something made. It should be to make something great.
Yep.
I love that.
Amen.
Yes.
Wow, you want to just drop this mic? Here you go.
Bumper sticker.
All right, so on a different note, Adam, you've made a lot of documentaries, and you've made a lot of films that weren't necessarily obvious. And so how do you find and then really shepherd those unobvious, almost the invisible stories that people aren't seeing? Because those become the best documentaries and some of the best films, even if they're considered art house films. So how do you find the invisible stories, and what do you do with them once you find them?
Largely, they've come to me. People have found me, and I have a filter that if I'm fascinated by it and I feel I've never seen it before, which means it hasn't really been visible to me before, I feel it hasn't been visible to a lot of people, which means a lot of people could be curious about it if it's well done and when well executed. But I have other screens also, which is, do I believe there is an audience out there for it? Mm-hmm. Do I believe that we can get the money together for it? And do I like the people involved? Mm-hmm. Because it's going to be 5 years. And I have to like the people involved. It's like you're getting married and you're at this very intense, intimate relationship. So that's one of my screens. It's, the requirement for visibility of stories is also part of the reasons why we're starting Media U, a new film and media school, to get more visibility for more kinds of stories.
All right, so this is a question I have for Tim, because your film coming up, The Peanut Butter Falcon, has 2 directors. Mm-hmm. And I have a distribution consultant who says, absent brothers, sisters, or spouses, it will never work with 2 directors. Do your directors fall into that category?
No, they're very unique. They're very yin and yang. So they're really complete opposites, mm-hmm. which you'd think then they would conflict constantly, but they don't. Some of the actors really gravitate towards one of them. Some of the actors really gravitate towards the other, which is actually really helpful when it comes to trying to get through certain scenes. And while if you have one director and not getting along with the actor, sometimes you're just going to have a really uphill battle there. I would tend to agree most of the time with that. And there's actually, and while I've only worked once with multiple directors, I've met many director duos, and it's usually one of them that's really the director and the other one is more of a sidekick. In this experience that we had, they really just work very well together, and they bring things out of each other that I don't know, just it was a unique situation that I don't think is normal, but it can happen, clearly.
Have you ever worked with brothers or 2 directors at once?
Yeah, I just did a little horror movie with the guys who wrote Quiet Place, Beck and Woods, and they co-directed this little movie called Haunt that Eli Roth and I produced together. And the same thing, like they just, can bounce things off each other, and since they're used to writing together, they're used to really being collaborative together.
I want to talk about a part of the filmmaking process that I never hear anybody bring up voluntarily. And it's something that makes me very unpopular around the Writers Guild, definitely around the Directors Guild. But I think if you have to pick a true auteur of a film, a lot of times it comes down to the cinematographer. And if you take Janus away from Spielberg, what are those movies going to feel like, and how much does a cinematographer bring? So at what point do you start talking to the cinematographer as a creative element, and on what level of the creativity do you categorize them?
Let me just think. That's a tough one. There's the ideal, then there's the reality. The cinematographer is meant to be part in sync with the vision of the director. That's the idea. I think a good cinematographer like Janusz with Steven was that. But I think if you see some of Steven's pictures that were not done with Janusz, they also have his vision in them. So, but I think there's also a synchronicity that happens where the director and cinematographer are feeding off each other, and the cinematographer is feeding to the director, and the director is feeding back to the cinematographer. So it's very much a collaborative process. Would I consider the cinematographer to be an auteur? No, in most cases, no. I think they're part of the creative process. And one of the things, though, that I will make a side comment about is the obsession ever since the late 60s with that the director is the sole auteur of a movie. And that this got created out of the French New Wave and all of that, but it really undersells how important the rest of the team is, from the writer to the producers. And I will say the producers, having produced quite a few films, have a tremendous amount to do with the creative direction of the picture. And it's rare that the director can override all others and really have a single vision and be the auteur. There's a few exceptions to that. Now, in the case of a new director, a first time or a young director, the cinematographer is often a key, because they don't know where to put the camera. They don't know what lens to put on. They don't know when the camera should move and when it should not move. And they don't understand the editorial process, and they don't usually have an editor on the set with them. So the cinematographer serves to be a very key in a young director being able to make it work. And I think that it's really important, and sometimes you get a young director who has somebody who shot a video with them and they want to bring them on as a DP. And I'll always say, no, that you need the experience level on that side to help you through this process of doing a feature. So I don't know if that answers your question, but in an oblique way.
Okay, so before we go into questions from the audience, we're going into a new decade. What do you see happening over the next 10 or 11 years in the industry? Todd, eager to answer that.
I've been saying the same damn thing for 15 years, and it doesn't seem to ever come true. I always thought that the windows would completely collapse, that the theater owners would be overruled, and that studios would just say, screw you, put it in your theater or don't, and we're going to charge a premium on our own sites, and let the chips fall where they may, let the pricing figure itself out. That clearly has not happened. I gave that speech 20 years ago. And so I think that with now with every studio having its own streaming service, everybody's gunning for the subscription model, obviously. And I think that what that's going to do in the short term is allow the studios to be freed from that P&L a little bit, where they'll take shots knowing that they can put it on their streaming service, which will drive their subscription model and drive eyeballs to their site. And if something breaks out, which is weirdly very much like the Jason Blum model, they'll run it theatrically and then back channel with the streaming service. But everybody went for a subscription rather than like the pay or play model, pay for play model, which that's where I thought it was going to go, which is essentially, a movie like Avengers would come out and you would be able to see it anywhere and you would just be charged accordingly. But that hasn't happened. So I think in the next 10 years what's going to happen is it's going to be a little bit like the gold rush of the DVD days, where they'll take a lot more shots on these middle movies that have kind of gone by the wayside because they need to feed that streaming service, because if you don't, people will just check out and not subscribe, which is why Netflix has to keep feeding that site, because people can just blast you that content so quickly.
Well, they're also about to lose
Can you
most of and they're also about to lose most of their library. Not most, but a lot.
Well, that's, it's so fascinating, because when Ted first made the announcement that they were going to make 80 movies a year, I had heard like a month or two before the number that they were losing 65 movies a year from the library. So you could see they were ramping up not only the movies they were losing, but then they started this whole TV business, which obviously keeps you on the site because you binge it. So yes, all of the movies are going to be taken off the site, and soon it'll just all be Netflix originals, unless still movies like, studios like STX or Paramount will still rent their library out. But for the most part, all of these sites are going to be completely autonomous and have their own content.
Here's the thing, though. The binging didn't start with the streamers. The binging started with the DVDs of season 2
Family
of a
Guy.
show. And so where is it going to go now? It's gone from that, now it's gone to the streamers. Then what?
Well, I mean, you don't really need anything else.
I don't know. I'll leap in.
Yeah.
Go for it. Okay. I think that in 10 years, which is a ridiculous question, and I hope everyone comes back in 10 years and tells me how wrong I am. I think in 10 years, we will have made the full-on shift from the primacy of companies that own content to the primacy of companies that own audiences. Netflix owns an audience, Paramount owns content. I think companies that own content are obsolete. Companies that own audiences are the future. I think there's massive overspending going on right now, so there's going to be a consolidation coming at some point in the next few years as things crunch down. I think another studio or two will fall. There will be layoffs again, but I think in 10 years it's all going to be about owning the audience, which sort of paves the way for that streamlined marketing and P&A that Todd just talked about.
Okay, let's open it up to some questions. Now, there are some rules. We are not talking about the scuffle between the agencies and the writers. And if you try to pitch something, I will go 0 to bitch in 6 seconds and stop you. So.
Adam, it's you. Repeat the question. Repeat the question.
Catherine, can you repeat the question?
She asked you.
It just got a little bit complicated towards the end.
Okay, it starts with cultural questions, cultural stories that are around that might start as documentary. Can they have crossover to feature film potential as a development to expand the exposure to cultural issues we don't necessarily see, which would go back to that invisible stories?
The answer is yes. Yes. I actually think if there's a great true story, it's a fantastic thing to do to make a documentary. Own those rights, control that product. You can show it to somebody and then remake it in a scripted form, whether it's a movie, a series, a web series, a whatever. I think it's a very good thing to do. And yeah, I think, look, we're in the nichification of the world now, where you don't need 500 million people. You can have an audience of 50,000 people if you make something at the right scale. So yeah, I think you can.
And everybody's making local language stuff now. Mm-hmm. Every studio and Netflix also are making local language. So if you are traveling abroad and you find a story that's specific, like Roma or something like that, there are divisions within each of the big studios that handle local language or local stories. Mm-hmm. So you can also go there.
You, with the camera.
Piggybacking on what you were saying about 10 years in the future, can you guys talk about how filmmaking might change with more VR and interactive storytelling?
I mean, it's happening at Netflix, it's happening at Fox, it's happening at other places. You know, it's just, I think the start, I mean, VR, it's a little bit tricky. They had a moment right now, a lot of the hardware and the cost, everything, was a little bit too high, and they didn't really see that catch on. And people, I think, were creating more, original ideas and content that weren't hitting, and so they have now pivoted in medical and games and other areas that have been a little bit more worth their time and worth the future of looking into. I mean, that area alone is fascinating, but where people in Hollywood and in the monetization and content side, skew now towards interactive content. People want to be, I think that people just want to be encapsulated in a story in any way that they possibly can. So you see Bandersnatch and the way it took off for Netflix, and then once that did. And they say, okay, well now we're going to do another 6 of these or so at least to start and kind of test it from there. There's plenty of other platforms. There's a platform called Echo that's out there in interactive storytelling that got a $200 million raise. And so, I mean, they're going to be creating a ton of so I think, it's just an area that hasn't necessarily, struck gold just yet, but people are trying to see what that looks like. And so once, more of these start to catch on, whether it be original ideas or IP or whatever it may be, then, people will start to skew more in that direction. I mean, people are on their phones all day long. So Katzenberg is, obviously you got $1 billion raised in order to try this area that people have tried before in just primarily short form, but also he's, talking about implementing interactivity and things like that to see what happens. I mean, because, if you go to a movie and you sit there for an hour and a half, and people, obviously, I think the number one thing is, and everybody understands, like, it's an escape for an hour and a half, and it's to put you, kind of outside what's all the things that are happening within the world and into a story for whatever time like that may be. In interactivity, you can do the same thing, but also have the component of getting involved even more so in a story and having the changes of 5 different possibilities of an ending, and not even there, you could have another 15. People find that interesting. People being able to dictate the stories themselves is a little bit more challenging, and I think, as opposed to just watching something for the sake of watching something. So it's going to play itself out, but it is interesting to see what it looks like now or where that will look like in the next 5 years, as more of these streamers start to, come about, and direct access to watching series and films and content, is at your fingertips more so than ever. So, I don't know.
Yes. Second row, you.
Oh, hi. I'm a producer, and I want to know if you guys can give us mistakes that you've seen from producers that we can avoid. And Tim, can you talk about
Yeah. Can't avoid the mistakes.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
You learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, you're going to have to make them. It's impossible. Every time I do a movie, and between being an executive for 20 years and being a producer, I probably worked on over 100 movies easily. Every movie, I think, I've definitely seen everything now. There's nothing new can happen. And then 3 days into shooting, Jeremy Renner breaks both his arms shooting tag. Or the last movie, we're shooting, and 3 weeks in, the actor quits. Just left. So you can't, it was cute. It was a fun day. So you can't, you just can't, there's no way to avoid it. There's no way to avoid making the mistakes. And the way you do your creativity and your business is going to be totally different than any of us. So you have to follow that path. And, the mistakes you make may, vault you into a whole different stratosphere of success that you never knew because you followed a path that was true to you. If I sit here and tell you, don't do this and don't do that, it's just going to fuck you up.
In the back, oh, sorry.
You mentioned the awards campaign with Netflix. Can you talk more about that? I don't understand it too.
Oh, well, awards campaign for the Oscars and the Golden Globes.
So it's like when you saw 1,000 things for Green Book.
Yeah.
Right before, and you're like, what the hell is Green Book?
Yeah,
That was the studio saying, we're getting an Academy Award for Green Book.
On the aisle, yes, you, fellow, yes.
Yeah, I think the audience, I think the studios are trying. The one that will do it and has done it is Disney, because it is actually a name that has an audience. I don't think the others will, but think about what the other studios are. They're owned by AT&T, Comcast, very large entities that do have audiences, and the studios are really small units within very large superstructures. I think any studio that's attached to a large superstructure that owns an audience has a chance of survival, but if they don't, it's going to all shift. That's my probably incorrect prognostication.
On the end, it'll, yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to build on that question for a second about the building of the awards campaign. So how do you stipulate something like that? Do you take a number that they're getting for the film?
You mean, do we take a reduced upfront?
Yeah, I mean, how do you negotiate something like that without somebody just walking
Well,
in and saying, forget it, there's
I mean, they all could have said no, but we just went in there strong and bullish, and we just come out of a screening at Sundance to like a 10-minute standing ovation and just ridiculous reviews, and we were like, this is what we want. So we were kind of well positioned to be able to dictate that, and we had already had those conversations with other buyers. So we just dug our heels in and said, this is what we want. And fortunately, they said yes, and they definitely could have said no.
And it's time to say goodbye. I'm so sorry because there's so many people who have questions, but I'd appreciate it if you say thank you to our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I gotta go.
I'm late.
Todd,
Very well.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Totally
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
We actually, we had.
Thank you so much for making it.
Enjoy the rest of the week.
You too, thank you.
Have fun, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Appreciate the connection.
Okay, Stephen, so this is number one, so start here at the lectern, 1, 2, hey. So this is, yeah, you're gonna bring it. Oh, you're, just doing the webcast first? This next panel, I'll have to tell you, it's,
I think I'll just do the false and pre-fader.
well, we shouldn't have to, because that,
I have the data all the way down and we're hitting the webcast.
but what I'm saying is don't do it pre-fader because then I can't,
Aux 2, the false and pre-fader, there's no.
oh, aux 2 is pre-fade?
Yeah, because when I take the name down, you're hitting the webcast.
Oh, okay, so, no, that aux 1 and 2 don't have anything to do with the faders, unless if.
Well, 2 does.
Two. Okay, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, aux 2 is pre-fader, no matter what.
No matter what. Okay. All right. So then set that set aux 2 first then, and let me just do a little less.
No, it looks good on the webcast and the main, tons of headroom.
Okay. Okay. So now back to the PA system. So generally.
Take the name down on the speakers a little bit.
Yeah.
Another click.
Yes. Well, that's good to know. So
yeah, we're running the problem with aux 2 is just going to be the headache.
That's all that will control aux 2. So we do want to get a lot of headache made. You know, the input gain. Just like you were saying, you want those set at like 2 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock? Okay, so here once again, this is back to the lectern. And I'm a loudspeaker, and I'm usually more close mic'd, but right now I'm staying a little further away just to get a proper level because most people are staying further away from the mics. Even though I pushed in a lot, I pushed the mics into the panelists. So this is a test for this particular microphone, which is channel 1. So it's looking good for the webcast, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So now I'm just going to go down the line. Okay, so this is basically how they were doing it here. Once in a while, the third mic, the guy leaned way in. But most of the time, they're way out here. 1, 2, 3. Hello, Stephen. 1, 2, 3. This is mic number 3. 1, 2, 3. Next. This is mic number 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is mic number 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here comes 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it sounds like it's all real good gain structures, unity across.
Yeah, unity all the way across.
Okay, and here's final number 7, mic in. Okay. So yeah, so Stephen, I ended up turning down the PA to 10 o'clock.
They're trying to figure out how to be less of just a platform, so that's another place that we're looking. So we'll see, yeah.
I wandered into this.
We're back. Now the conversation is live.
So are you related at all to I got myself in trouble
Robert
with
King
my
High?
hot mic.
Robert King High?
Yeah.
As in King Entertainment? As in the mayor of Miami in the 60s. No. His daughters went to school with me. I wish. No. Our Big current- old Miami family. That's good to know. I'll have to leverage that Yeah. next time. Use it. Rachel Meskin. No. She said she was in it.
She'll just make an entrance.
Guerin A. Has he been affected? He died a long time ago. Oh. He was Never mind. most famous. He was like the JFK of Miami mayors Because I in the must have- 60s. He ran for governor and Equine lost. Shaw. Who is he? Lauderdale or Miami? He's Miami. This guy ran. He's going to run for president. And he had a heart attack. Oh. That would have been fun though, to move to Florida. It was in '69, I think. Talk about a unique take on things. We're just waiting for one more panelist.
Is this her?
She made it. Nice. Right on time.
I'm an expert marketer, but I don't know my letters of the alphabet.
Yay. All right then. So I think it's time to get started. My name's Kimberly King Burns, and I head up Convergent Solutions, which is a digital media brokerage here in Burbank that's been in place since 1995, and we've grown any number of digital music and film and education technology companies over the last some odd years. Today's conversation is specific to TV and film and video with regard to strategies and partnerships, extending Hollywood content as a brand and as a distribution package. We've got an esteemed panel for you today, but before we get started, we'd like to get a sense of who's who in the audience. Do we have content developers? Please raise your hand. Perfect. Do we have services providers? Anywhere from CPA to legal to business development, content development? Yes. Perfect. And how about senior level studio execs? Because we tend to mix it up. All right. Today's conversation will focus on the different marketplaces that have evolved since the evolution of the internet with regard to diversity and distribution platforms beyond the model that your grandparents may have grown up with. On today's panel, we'd like to introduce Ed Rivero is executive producer of Havoc Content, the Cortez Brothers. Falayo Lasaki next door heads up Soul Pancake, which is a division of Participant Media. Larry Namer is the, sorry, I didn't mean to skip, but Larry Namer is the head of Metan Global Entertainment. And Rachel Meskin is the director of editorial, video, and social for Gamma Ray. Stuart McLean, who I unfortunately skipped over, is the founder and president of Content and Company. So today, what we're going to focus on in a nutshell are strategies for standing out in a saturated market, how best to increase consumer and corporate recall and brand awareness, developing and continuing a strong viral media conversation, taking on new product lines from merchandising to extending into different verticals, and increasing awareness and branding and sales across continually evolving demographics. So today, what I'd like to do is to introduce our writers and directors and producers on the panel and have them give you a quick synopsis of their background, one by one. Ed, would you like to start?
Sure. My name's Ed Rivero. I'm from New York and from Miami. I worked 5 years for Ridley Scott. I was their international EP. And before that, I worked in television news, documentaries, most of the traditional media. Within the last, I would say, 9 years, I've made the transition into all kinds of, from promos to digital to EPKs to, all kinds of media. And it really depends on the format and the scale of the job, which is what we discussed. I look at every job from, not necessarily from the distribution aspect of it, but from any lens, which is what they're asking us to do. It's no longer just one take. You're doing it for different formats.
Good. Laya.
Hi, my name is Falayo Lasaki. I'm actually the head of marketing of Soul Pancake. Very important distinction.
I gave you a boost.
I know, I got a promotion. My boss would be so thrilled to find out. So I oversee the marketing at Soul Pancake, and that's everything from brand marketing, working with our PR team and strategy on that, content marketing, distribution strategy, and anything under the sun that falls under the marketing wheelhouse, from events to social and all of those things. So I got my background in independent film and then moved into the digital world about 5 or 6 years ago, essentially just knowing that if you're paying attention, the way consumers were consuming content was changing, and I wasn't as familiar with that area, and I wanted to make sure that I had all my ducks in a row, so to speak. And Soul Pancake was acquired by Participant Media in 2016. And so that is a film production company that is responsible for Spotlight, The Help, Roma, Green Book, amongst other things. And so I ended up sort of back in the indie film world after all. So nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Stuart.
Hi, I'm Stuart McLean. I've been in the branded entertainment space longer than I would care to admit. I grew up at the big agencies in New York at J. Walter Thompson, Young and Rubicam, came out here about 10 years ago and started Content and Company. It's really specializing in brand financing, doc films, web series, television shows. Content and Company was acquired by Psyop Media about a year ago. And I continue to trundle down the brand entertainment path and help brands finance productions. And most recently, I've also gotten into the software business to help media channels expand to all the different platforms that everyone needs to get out to now as well.
Perfect. Larry Namer.
Hi, Larry Namer. Past life founder of E! Entertainment TV, so if you want to complain about the Kardashians, you can start booing now. But for the past, I sold the company to Comcast, and I've been focused on Asia, particularly China, for the past number of years. We have a media company there. We do TV, film, we do branded content, we do live events. But probably in the last 6 months with the trade war going on and things slowing down a bit in China, I myself have focused a little more on doing stuff in the US, which I promised myself I wasn't going to do anymore, but I've got some shows over at Vice and Netflix and something over at Amazon now, so I'm back in the US.
I'm Rachel Meskin. I oversee our editorial, video, and social content for Guerin A, which is a startup within Skybound Entertainment. This is my first startup. Prior to this, I'm used to bigger companies and nonprofits. My last stint was at Nickelodeon for years, and I worked with the Smithsonian and several other smaller nonprofits. And so I've been in the digital space for about 13 years, focusing on all different kinds of education, entertainment, and just marketing content on all platforms.
That's perfect. So we've got a well-rounded panel for today's discussion. Let's talk to the fact that the advent of digital media has rather reduced Hollywood to more of a state of mind than a location. How has that impacted not only the stories that you create for other markets, but how is that impacting how you approach distribution of those kinds of projects? And who would you like to go first? I think you've got some good stories.
Well, I mean, getting back to, we're more or less almost like a line production company at this point. We work directly with brands, so they approach us, and then from the inception of the concept, then we have to try to figure out how we're going to, what the distribution is going to be with them. So it's very different. So when
I think what I was more getting into is that, for the longest time, Hollywood had to appeal to the lowest common denominator. I'm from the Bahamas, so I grew up with a Hollywood who presumed that the entire Caribbean was Jamaican.
Right.
And reggae was the only music we listened to.
Correct.
And nobody looked like me. Whereas it's a fantastic region of many colonial and indigenous influences that Caribbean storytellers are now finally beginning to take advantage of, because there's a diaspora of expats around the world that will pay to see that kind of content, and then there are people that have visited the region that like to revisit it in film and media as well. So how has that impacted some of the content development that you pursue? How is it tailoring your approach? How is it expanding your opportunities for funding?
Well, from where I sit, I think what's interesting is the ability to go a little more niche, but now whenever we're looking at a property, because you can't just set up at a network anymore because they don't have the reach. So we look at everything almost as a modular development. So we have our tentpole half hour or film, or that might be, and then what are all the different bits and pieces that can spin off so that we can actually get the scale that you want. So the promise of niche is great, so you can go really deep and you can be really engaging, but you still need to be able to get scale. So we go.
Yeah.
I would say for us, because Soul Pancake is, the combination of Soul Pancake and Participant touches all of the screens, both the little ones and the big ones.
Good.
So I think for us, one of the things with digital is sort of the democratization of storytelling. And so in terms of being able to tell content from different places, on the Soul Pancake side, we're looking for an authenticity in the stories. So being able to go directly to those places. So if it is in the Bahamas, like speaking to Bahamian?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, speaking to a Bahamian person, and being able to have that story reflect the world as they see it, as opposed to the world that media has told us exists. And I think that goes into socioeconomic. I think that goes into representation on screen and representation behind the screen. That's something that's very important to us as well. So I think digital in general, we distribute primarily on YouTube and Facebook. We've got an audience of about 4.5 million across those two platforms, and I think because those are global platforms, it also keeps us honest, because if we're not, one of the beauty parts about digital, is that people will tell you when you're wrong. It's the beauty of the comment section, so it's great.
And that's a really good point, because I think a lot of the networks don't typically anticipate the kind of response they're going to have around the world. When Shondaland first premiered Scandal, it took them about 2 weeks to realize that their biggest social media community was in the Caribbean. It was bigger than that of the US, because everybody had an opinion that they were more than willing to evoke, because social media is a new communications platform for so many second and third world economies that haven't been able to participate in the conversation this actively. How are you finding it's driving your strategy? You've been at this for a while.
Yeah, real long time. In Asia, particularly in China, the market's pretty unusual because a lot of brands are just finding their way into the market, so people haven't developed consumer habits, so there's still a lot of money flowing from the brands to do that. The people who have money in China are 25 to 40. There's no money below it. There's no money above it. So what you really have is brands that have now come to accept that if they want to reach people who can buy their product, they have to put money into digital media. So we kind of hone in on that 25 to 40 thing. We develop a lot of stuff for brands. The nice part about doing stuff in China is you have a massive audience and stuff. And, you know, anybody above 25 and under 40 is typically watching on the cell phone now. About 60% of our audience for our stuff is on cell phone now. And we combine commerce opportunities to literally everything we do. The last big show we had there, we, one of the gals in the show wore great shoes. We actually hired a shoe designer, and we bought a shoe factory, and we made more money selling shoes than we actually made on the license for the show. Truth. So the dynamics are different there. You know, if you take your ego away and you decide you don't want to win Emmy Awards or Academy Awards, you just want to make money, there's huge opportunity there.
And are you extending your footprint to include, you know, media like WeChat and the Tata backbones?
Yeah, again, the nice part there is the market's so new to a lot of stuff. When we do planning, because there's no legacy stuff, it's not like here where if you're dealing with Fox, you got to deal with AT&T, and if you're dealing with another channel, you got to deal with, you know, T-Mobile. There's no legacy technologies and there's no legacy deals, so you're pretty much wide open. So when we design a content project, we literally look at it from every single angle out there. So we do, you know, what's our WeChat approach and all of that stuff right from the very beginning. The nice part is when you do it that way, it's seamless. So it actually ties through your content without looking like it was kind of forced into the content.
Not shoehorned in. Rachel, how are you finding this opportunity to tailor your content for your specific markets?
I think there's two pieces to this. The first piece is that when you're dealing with the ultra snackable short form content that you don't have to put in as huge of a budget, and so you can kind of disperse your voice, disperse your like brand awareness among many campaigns. And so you can bring on influencers that reflect a diverse audience. You can bring on writers, editors for each individual short form piece. And that enables you to reach a wider audience with more specific targeting based on the messages that we're trying to put out. And the other piece to it is also about targeting, which is that unlike traditional media where you have this product and you need to invest, you finish the product and then move it over to the marketing team, who then needs to figure out how to distribute it, what the audience research is like, what the analytics are like after the product is completed. With our digital work, we don't have a creative meeting unless there's a paid there's a marketing analyst and a paid distribution expert in the room, and we don't have a marketing meeting unless there's creatives in the room. So those two have become intrinsically linked.
And that's a really good tack to take, because that hasn't been the case in the past. But my question to the panel is, you know, the holy grail of data analytics, who's on first? Who's actually really doing it? We've got these niche markets for the taking, but is Hollywood, being you people, really taking advantage of targeting that market? Or are we being led by an audience that seems to have a never-ending appetite for blockbusters? Where's the balance? Mr. Rivera.
There's no more borders. I mean, I happen to had specialized for a long time in Latin America, which is now, you know, Netflix is spending $500 million in Mexico.
Finally, yes.
So for that particular market, we're seeing even American producers creating content for Mexico from here. That never existed. So it's opening all kinds of opportunities, and the same thing's happening in Spain, Portugal, the Caribbean. I mean, hopefully it'll start happening in towns, in sections of the country, which I think it would be that niche. So those are opportunities, you know, because we're all from someplace, and we all want to tell those stories.
We want to tell those stories. And this is definitely an opportunity for the content developers here. And you, what do you think?
From the data perspective, I think ultimately it's still being driven by audience, and I think one thing that's been very interesting about how the industry has shifted over the last decade or so is that, or more than that, I guess I would say, when I was growing up, media was telling me what to be interested in, and that's how it was shifting. And I think now media is catching up to the people. You know, the people are saying what cool is, and then we're trying to find the data to be like, okay, this is what cool is. Hack it. What does that mean? So I think what we have with data and what we have with all these social media platforms is a way to listen to what's going on in the world and reflect accordingly.
Mhm.
And so I think the audience is on first, and I think data's right here, and then the data and creative kind of have to live together in the same space, because data can only tell you so much. You still need story and craft to shape around it from that side. I think I don't think that the world is being dominated by blockbusters. I just think that blockbusters look amazing on a very large screen, and it's also the most interesting press story. But I think that if you're looking at the consumption habits on the OTT platforms and on digital platforms, people are just craving these amazing stories. I think, Netflix is this, behemoth of a content area. And if you look at how niche everything gets in there, they wouldn't continue to do that. They wouldn't spend all this money if there was literally nobody
No
watching.
market for
So
it.
I think that
They have the data.
yeah,
got the
exactly.
data.
They
They
won't
have the
give,
data.
and they won't give anybody else the data, but they certainly
have
have,
the
the
data.
data. And when you're seeing, content from India on the rise, or you're seeing, Asian countries, content on the rise, or Latin American countries on the rise, on Netflix, I think if you're paying attention, you can sort of see shifts in the industry. If you just start looking at what's trending on Netflix, you're like, oh, really? Interesting.
And you're making a really good point
Yeah.
that producers have turned into curators. So how is that informing some of the decisions that you're making?
Well, I think data, I see a lot of data paralysis out there, and I worry about that. Certainly from helping marketers get out, and we spend a lot of our time just helping them experiment. It's almost like you have to plant a little bit of a garden and see what sprouts up, because if you spend too much time checking the data points and trying to aggregate all the data and where everyone is, you're never going to make anything. At the end of the day, I agree. You have to have a good story. You have to take some leaps of faith. And with that, I'm always surprised with the best laid plans. It always takes a right-hand turn or a left-hand turn that you don't expect, and something's much bigger than the team usually thinks could happen. So I think taking data with a grain of salt is good in the creative businesses.
Yeah. Well, we look at stuff, we program to people of common interest as opposed to geographic borders. So now with digital, the way it is, with very few exceptions, you could come up with a show for women who crochet. If you just looked at the audience in the U.S., you'd say it's too small to sustain it. But if you looked at women who crochet across the globe, with the exception of China that doesn't let everything in, you could make economic sense out of really focusing in and becoming, I call it super serving audiences of common interest and stuff. And that's really the way we look at stuff.
That's a good point. What do you think is the opportunity now for sponsored content? Because we've really gone through a 20-year arc from BMW films 1.0, maybe 15, 20 years ago. We keep hearing tropes about the death of television, but it's an admirably tenacious medium. It's not going anywhere. Consumption is up, as has been pointed out. There's a proliferation of devices to take advantage of. Competition from Netflix is really engendering some terrific innovation. So how are we working here to say, not necessarily go back to ad-supported commercial media, but how can we move beyond the classic, your father's Oldsmobile model of leveraging classic brands? What can we do differently to engender the next generation?
Well,
Rachel?
I could talk to something that we've done in China and stuff, which I think applies. So, and again, the industry is fairly new there, so you don't have a lot of legacy deals that you've got to figure out how to break down. So, Bacardi, the liquor company, they realized Chinese people like to drink, but yet there's no history of mixed drinks in China. So we created a show for that, digital show for them. I call it Friends Meets Big Bang Theory. In the show, one of the kids, Jerry, decides to go to bartender school, And that's important because in China, bartending has never been a profession, so we had to get that point across. So you can never get that many messages across in a 30-second commercial, so we designed 10-episode sitcoms, half hours. And in the show, Jerry comes home and he says, today I learned Bloody Marys. Guess what? There's no blood in the Bloody Mary. But in the show, he never makes a drink. But when we filmed those shows, we took Jerry aside and he did a 10-minute tutorial on every mixed drink possible. So if you go to the Bacardi website in China, there's Jerry, whose credibility we've established in the TV show, now teaching you how to make mixed drinks. And then take it one step further, if Bacardi is going to be the liquor provider for a new restaurant in Shanghai, we actually have Jerry go to the restaurant and he signs autographs and stuff. So we create the character in one medium and then we monetize them across every way we can possibly do it. A show like that, Bacardi paid 100% of the production cost to do it, and we guaranteed 18 million viewers. The show actually was pretty good and delivered 53 million. So they want us to write season 2, but I can't write that fast.
Great. Rachel?
So we actually consider ourselves a content creator studio, a curation platform, and a marketing agency all rolled into one. And so a lot of what we do is branded partnership content. And so that includes both short form and longer form digital series that are sponsorable, like we have a show called Popcraft, where we make a variety of different pop culture icons in a variety of different media. And that's very sponsorable because if we had a studio that wanted to promote a new movie, for example, we could create that character using, we did a Mission Impossible like gunpowder portrait at one point, for example. And we also develop from the ground up series that are fully integrated with a branded partner, like we have a ramen noodle campaign coming up, and it's a hilarious game show. And so I think that the concept of television has shifted. Television isn't going anywhere, content isn't going anywhere. Everybody needs stories of all different lengths, but the way that those stories are told across platforms and the numbers that we consider successful have shifted. Another interesting platform case study that we have is that Twitch is trying to expand out of just the individual gaming streamer niche that they do, and so we partnered with Celestial to create a live streaming kung fu movie marathon, and it had 2.5 million viewers, which by traditional television numbers is not that great, but for us it was a huge success because it was a new opportunity for Twitch, it was a new opportunity for us, and it had a very engaged audience having a live conversation with us while watching kung fu movies. And we were all so excited about it, we're definitely going to be doing it again. And so these things are shifting, but that doesn't mean that the content itself is changing or going away.
Perfect. And now we've got smartphones, which have largely conditioned, several generations of audience to an immediate call and response. I mean, they're used to instant gratification. So this is an opportunity rather than a curse. And, a world ruled by mobile phones is an on-demand world. And as Falia mentioned, they've gone from empowered to entitled. So how do we, as content developers, work within that? Because obviously you've got to pay the bills. And so whether that's a bit of sponsored content or not, you're breaking the fundamental economic model. So what, moving forward, is something that you would advise content developers to take into consideration as they drive into these different niche markets?
In terms of, sorry, I just want to clarify the question. In terms of how to work with brands while going into the niche market? Or
yeah, because I think we've heard the audience loud and clear. They don't like being hit over the head with, here's my can of Coke. So we've had to go back toward that more subtle BMW film model where it's just incidental.
Yeah.
And then you figure out the revenue model on the back end, kind of the way radio did.
Yeah, I think for us, we've always been a company that leads with entertainment. And I think as long as you are giving your audience what they came for, if they came for a story, give them a story. If there's a brand behind it, also just don't try to hide it. Nobody's like, don't pretend like there's no brand that ever came here. Everybody understands that the people making the content that you want to watch also have to pay their own bills, and there is this sense across the content space where people do want things for free. And if they're not going to get it for free, that's fine. But if they're watching something for free, they still want to be entertained. They still want the story to be the thing that moves it forward. So if BMW is paying for your story and everybody in the series seems to be driving a BMW on the way to that restaurant that they work at, and you're like, well, that's weird and doesn't make sense. But I think as long as you are still giving them something where they're like, but the story was great, the characters were great, the emotion that I felt while watching it was still very real, then I think you're fine. And we've also found with some of the branded content, there are a lot of digital companies that do this well. They don't pretend to a point where it's almost laughable. And I think that goes back to the fact that brands have to take themselves a lot less seriously than they did at one point. Specifically, if you're working with influencers, if you're working with creators who have audiences that understand that creator and there's a relationship there. Brands can't come in and try to co-opt that relationship and say, oh, that's not in our brand voice. It's like, trust me on this a little bit. Like, I know what my audience will respond to. I wouldn't work with you if they weren't going to like you. And that goes back just to making sure that whoever you're working with, make sure you would actually work with them, just generally speaking.
And it sounds as though it points to actual skill, because nobody
For sure.
in the entire franchise history of James Bond has ever complained about it being virtually a PR industry for English brands. If you do it subtly enough, it's captivating. People come back for the story. And whether long form or short form, that's your opportunity here. But it seems as though that's gotten off to a clunky start.
Well, I think one thing for the content creators in the room is you need to give the brand some credit. So we've done, 25 fully brand finance series. More than half of our work has no product placement or brand integration in it at all. It's not really about that.
That's
so brands have more research on the customer that we all want to create for than most of the big studios do, and they have really rich insights. And when you capture that, there are plenty of ways that you can make a brand happy. Larry's example of shooting extra content so that you can have, make Bacardi happy with the drinks menu, but that's outside of the show, is exactly how you do it. You create co-branded opportunities, you create experiential opportunities, but that's where, every time we get pitched, everyone always usually shows up and says, hey, we're going to open up on the grill of a Ford Mustang, and we're like, no, please, don't do that. So brands can be, everyone has the same goal. Brands don't have enough assets, they've got massive marketing budgets, and they just want to connect with the same customer that you do. So when you can harness that and put everyone together on the same page, good things usually come from it.
Are you guys looking at like the affinity audience, like the feeling, whatever the brand that you're working with, their values kind of aligning with the values of the audience?
That's right.
Yeah, Rachel.
Oh, I think, just to piggyback on that point, you do have to stay true to your brand voice, and you do have to make sure that you're working with partners that make sense for the content you're producing.
Okay.
But the other thing I kind of wanted to piggyback on was the fact that not only are fans smarter and savvier than people like to give them credit for, and would be able to tell if something is branded, even if you tried to hide, it's illegal not to disclose that your content is sponsored, and influencers get in trouble all the time for not being upfront about that. So there's nothing wrong with having branded, integrated relationships and being completely upfront about it. Fans know that that's where businesses thrive, and they also know that that's how they're going to get the content that they want. So if you're telling good stories, it's completely okay to be forthcoming and sell out.
Perfect. This is certainly the case that these are not your grandmother's TV commercials. That's part of the fun. So are you seeing more of an appetite on the part of your the producers that you're working with, the content developers that you're working with, or the audiences you're trying to feed? Are they asking you to be more precise in terms of your storytelling?
Well, listen, as an old ad guy that came out here, the talent that is now willing and wanting to work with brands is unprecedented. I mean,
Sure.
15 years ago, you'd come out to Los Angeles and just get stopped dead, in the lobby of CAA. Now, the talent pool is great because, look, it's the revenue and the metrics on deal making out here has changed so dramatically that everyone has to be on the same side of the table rowing together, not an arm wrestling match of, what an endorsement check is going to look like. So I think it's really great.
I mean, to your point, narrowcasting, being able to pinpoint very specific audiences, I think would open up product placement. I think people I think the audience in general grew wary of the same 40 brands over and over again. But with the advent of, ad-based technology platforms where you can pop out a live-action object and say you're targeting a Jamaican audience, that can is a can of Ting. If it's a German audience, it's a can of Heineken, where you can absolutely populate for that narrow casting. That seems to be something that nobody minds. They do understand the trade-off. They do understand that has to happen. It's just, I think that with the advent of digital media, we've been able to give advertisers even more ways to reach their audiences with very specific, more narrow precision. Are you finding that to be the case in terms of some of the projects that you're putting together? I'm trying to give our content developers ideas for how they can fully package.
I mean, we all know the 30-second spot. That traditionally was, I've had to tell stories in 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And now campaigns, obviously connected to a storyline, is, 6 seconds to tell a story. Very difficult. I never thought I'd be able to do that. You're having to pull it off.
There's a Caribbean music channel that I listen to that does the 7-second vines, and they're brilliant because it immediately takes you to a time and place, and then you move on to the next song, and it's made its point.
And it carries a storyline.
And it carries a storyline because it's in the context of a music channel that's telling these stories. And by the way, we take a break for this, and it works. It just flows. I don't know. If anything, 15 seconds seems interminable now in some media.
I'm getting 3 seconds, which is
A 3-second
painfully-
requests?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And
Because no one wants to sit through that. When you're on YouTube and you get that commercial break, no one wants to really sit through that. So they're like, boom.
If it's a good ad, I don't mind sitting through it.
Yeah.
Because I admire the medium.
But they're not even ads, they're teasers of an ad.
Oh, stay tuned.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with this overseas?
Well, both overseas and here, what we're finding is because of, the economics of change, you could produce almost for pennies these days.
Yeah.
And produce good stuff, is you could really get niche markets, and it's really opened up the world to a whole new level of advertisers. I've got a show running on Vice now, it's a music show. We literally broke that show down to every single scene, what product could possibly be in it and stuff. We even have a sponsor that makes guitar picks, which before you could never make sense out of it, but now you can.
I think it's just about being savvy, honestly, just because if you're at 3 seconds or you now have to shoot in vertical because you're on Snap or Instagram stories or any of the story platforms, I think that, Quibi, although it hasn't launched yet, will present an entirely new kind of storytelling and revenue and content opportunity. So I think it's paying attention to the platform, paying attention kind of to what Larry was saying earlier, just into how you can expand the great idea, and it does start with that great idea, how you can expand that into different places, whether that is switching up the format, switching up, bringing the talent in real life to make drinks, which is so cool. I think that it's about thinking beyond the obvious and thinking into the possible, because that's where we're at right now, is that if you can think it up, there's a good chance you can make it happen.
I think the only concern we have at the moment is that inevitably someone comes up with a fantastic idea that's terribly innovative, and then that idea is replicated ad nauseum for 3 or 4 seasons, at which point, at the end of that overexposure, everyone is sick of the original concept. And that's too bad. Because I think that there are ways to make, keep content evergreen. And as one of you mentioned was specific to Bollywood, taking a tried and true and we thought retro musical asset and inserting new life into it is being replicated by film commissions around the world now. So there's some ideas that if you are able to focus on your brand and you actually know your audience, you can really make it sing. Because I mean, American consumers are a breed apart. American consumers were raised on $19.95 a month, all-you-can-eat internet access, whereas in the Caribbean we were still paying $300 a month just for AOL. So it's a different, depending on how your consumer's been raised, you've got different markets that you can take advantage of. But you just have to be savvy to the fact that, the per capita income in the Dominican Republic is going to be $5,000 a year. In Latin America, in Peru, you're lucky if it's, 750. In Haiti, it's 500. And this is per capita per year. So these are people who do consume content, but at their budget level. So it can't be an all-you-can-eat universal feed, which is where our conversation comes to how you are working with your hated word distribution providers to affect blockchain platforms that can read where media is being consumed at any given time and seamlessly charge that consumer that amount.
Well, maybe we gift it to certain people I don't think it should be charged.
Sometimes they do. I mean, Tempo Network certainly has followed that model to good acclaim. But there are, even in the Bahamas, where the per capita income is slightly higher, $8,000 a year, people will pay for a show that they want to see that reflects their life. Eve's Bayou is a really good example. A film that came out about 23 years ago. For a lot of people who grew up where I grew up, that was the first black film that showed a middle-class family, that wasn't redolent with stereotypes. And even here in LA, there were a number of us that saw it in 5 cinemas opening weekend just to sweeten the opening box office numbers. But they went bonkers around the Caribbean because it was a respectful film. Diane Carroll's character played an Obia woman that we have a lot of respect for, whereas typically American media sets her up as a witch or off or different. So I think you've got different audiences that you're just beginning to explore and being able to get a feel for the economics of. I think I'd like to have each of you quickly summarize what you think your biggest challenge is moving forward, and then I'd like to open the floor to questions from this pretty terrific audience. Would you like to start?
Staying relevant is the hardest thing, especially if you get to a certain point in your age, and the younger consumers are digesting this stuff at speeds. Like my 9-year-old, he can digest things, and the 3-second spot's going to work for him because that's about the attention span he has, and that's the main problem. Been doing this for 25 years, so how do I stay relevant and stay in the game? Advertising is not going away; it's just going to change. Evolve and
good point. Blend
in, and how do you stay relevant? Even Netflix is changing the film industry, the way they tell stories. What I used to do in 2 hours, they're doing in 9 hours, and they're better at it than I could ever think. So that for me is the main thing. How do I stay relevant and keep up with the technology at the same time, not get oversaturated, overthinking it, and absorbing it, because you do have to pay attention to what's going on below you and above you.
Sure. Falaya.
I think it's kind of an industry-wide challenge is just staying focused in order to keep that relevance. I think that there are people that are amazing at things and they move needles and mountains at that thing, but there's a new platform that pops up what feels like every 10 minutes. So
yes,
that focus on what you're great at, and not to say that you should never venture into anything else, but I think the challenge is knowing when to deviate from the thing that you're best at to work on this new emerging thing that could be really interesting, versus sometimes understanding that new thing is going to be really cool for that company. We're going to stay in our lane here. And so just knowing when to stay in your lane and then when to veer off and expand the lane, I guess, is to say.
Very good point. Stu?
I think it's a challenge that we've had for a long time, which is allowing everyone to play their positions. We're in a really interesting place because we're always coming with brand financing, so we lead with the showrunner, and we try to get as far along as we can before the ad sales folks find out about it. Because the minute the ad sales folks find out about it, it turns into a dramatically different deal. And there's, it's too bad because as more of an alternative financier, then we have to, buy our way on to whatever the channel or platform might be. But that's all starting to wind itself down. And I agree that the challenge of planning and not over-planning to know what the next platform might be and to make sure you've got enough anchor points to get your story out there is an ongoing one.
Mm-hmm. Larry?
Sure. Probably will offend some people, but what the hell. Ours is kind of different because we deal on a global basis and, we look at things as like now political risk. So right now, our biggest challenge is how we get the leaders of both the U.S. and China, mainly guys, to stop playing this game of who's got the bigger thing and start doing what's best for the world. This trade war is absurd, hurts the U.S., hurts China, makes no sense, but it's just a bunch of guys, letting their egos get in the way of their brains, so.
Vote a woman.
I think you're sympathetic, are you? Ms. Meskin?
For us, I think the biggest challenge is, you had mentioned, Kimberly, lowest common denominator in film, but there's still a lowest common denominator on social audiences. And so there's a constant balancing act between when you're trying to prove to potential investors, to potential partners, that you have these big, flashy, huge billions of viewers. And so are you going to be creating a lot of really kind of junk food content that makes people really excited and gets the largest number of impressions possible? Are you trying to invest more resources into creating something impactful? And obviously we try to do both all the time, and I personally am always trying to pursue a personal mission of making the world better through the content that I attach my name to.
Sure.
But I think it is a constant balancing act and a struggle for a lot of startup and digital companies to be able to go up and to the left, up and to the right on all metrics.
I completely appreciate. Very good point. I'd like to open up questions to the audience. Who is our brave first person?
Wow. I saw that.
I can't see anybody.
That guy.
Short form content. Do you guys have any advice on how to, what the sort of recipe is to tell a narrative in a very sort of quick period from 7 to 15 seconds?
Make it good.
Might depend on the age of your audience.
I guess, 7 to 15 seconds is quick, so don't try to tell multiple stories. Tell the A story, not the A-B story. Don't try to layer in a bunch in that. Keep the backstory out of those 7 seconds. I heard somebody say in terms of digital, they just once the payoff has happened, they get out. And I think so you almost have to start right before and then just happen and let it go, which from a traditional storyteller is challenging because you want to build the world. But imagine the world is already built and start there.
Good line.
I was wondering, the relationship of content creators and that push control.
I'm not sure. I couldn't hear the question.
Again, what's the relationship with content creators and you guys and the push and pull and looking for whatever?
Well, I think a number of these fine people fancy themselves content creators.
No, I represent 30 directors.
Okay.
They're feature film directors, they're content directors. I have 3 companies, and depending on, and I have to, it's not it's just scale. I have 3 different companies with different scales. Guys who do the 17 seconds or 5 seconds or 4 seconds tend to be younger, more predator type guys, as opposed to the film guys that I have in my bigger company who love to do those long 6-minute pieces, which very far few. I just did one, so I'm very happy with that one. But you know, and we're always looking, because there's always I've gone from having the really high-end film guys to some kid that just graduated from college. It really, and anywhere in between. So we're always looking, and I think everybody's looking, because it's.
We can't hear the question, so if you would repeat the question.
Okay. The question was, she wanted to know what the relationship of the panelists was to content creators across a variety of digital media formats. Is that a fair synopsis? Okay.
We regularly work with outside creators, producers, editors, writers, so if you're interested in pop culture content, you can come talk to me after.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. We have a feature film that we have some people attached to, and we want to start creating digital content in order to market the film before we start to shoot. We have a musician, and so basically we want to start creating a buzz around that as a character, not her original, not her real life persona. Is that something that you guys think you suggest people to do? I mean, we have the money to make it illegal. We want to be able to now go in and say, we've got a following, we're giving music away, this is kind of the persona, going into the mood, does this make sense? Okay, so I'm not sure if that's something that you guys would suggest.
I wouldn't do it. No. Because if you have the money to do it, I mean, it's a perception. A couple years ago, I was doing. She didn't hear the question.
Okay, the question itself is, there's a film that's been created, there's a film that's funded, and the question was whether or not to start seeding social media with original music specific to a character in the film who is a well-known performer outside of the film. Ish. Indie-ish, not India-ish. Not Indian. Okay. But you probably got some IP issues.
I think it's risky. Yeah, I think it's risky because you're putting yourself out before you actually. I get this great story I'm going to tell you, but I'm going to tell you the punchline before I get to it. It's very risky. I've had directors that have done that, and it's backfired. We were going to do the Reborn of Zorro, and the studio asked me to do a 30-minute teaser, a 30-second teaser of it, and we did it. It came out great. They didn't like it. He never got to do the project, and it was the same situation. He had the money, he had the script, and he shot himself in the foot. It's very risky.
I'm thinking, we've got a spare microphone here. If you've got a question, why don't you come on up, since apparently we're not projecting loudly enough for the rest of the audience members.
Just on that, I think it depends. I agree with you. It is definitely risky just in terms of if you don't do it well, you might actually end up hurting your project more than helping it. But I also think that there's definitely opportunities if you do it smartly. What is this movie? There was a Paul Feig movie with Blake Lively and Simple Life. There was a very, very, in my opinion, a super smart social campaign that Blake Lively did. She deleted her entire Instagram, and it just said, "What happened to Emily?" It got written up. There's all of these people. So I think you can certainly create assets, and you can create a campaign that drives buzz. This was 5 or 6 months before the movie came out. It was even before they'd even announced it. But if you look at it, there was all of these Google searches about like, what happened? Did she and Ryan Reynolds divorce? Like, and it just created a world. But I don't think thematically, less about content that can be judged. So if there's themes from the project that you're working on and you can think about how to tie, again, an emotion or a story that can attach to your film, I think that that's a way to utilize digital assets to help drive buzz. The only thing that I would say in terms of the thing you really shouldn't do is it's really hard to build a digital audience. So if you're promising that you've got this following, unless the artist that you're working with has one, building an audience from scratch, that will likely be the bigger challenge that you'd face.
I think we're taking on the next question, and yes, we're going to have improvised mics.
Period pieces.
Hi there.
Like Deadwood, three seasons on the air, got plug pulled because it was right after Entourage, which was a 30-minute commercial. Shows like Rome and other period pieces. You said something about this isn't about putting product in there. It's about having story and having the brands behind the story. I'm really interested in more specifics about how to go about doing that with period pieces. And what's the brand's reason to want to get involved in the period pieces, and what's the payoff to them?
Well, the payoff to brands don't have enough assets to get the scale they need to talk to their customers, right? Back when I was coming up on Madison Avenue, our job was pretty easy. We'd spend 3 months in strategic development, 3 months in creative development, 3 months shooting commercials. Typically there would always be a palm tree somewhere in the commercials that we can get out of New York in February, and then we were had a light summer. But because you only needed to make 6 commercials. But now, the last program we did threw off 300 assets off of a web series, and it was a web series that could roll up to a half-hour TV show. It could be a web series. It was a Facebook campaign. It was a Twitter campaign. It was a Snap campaign. All of those things come together. So when you look at it from a brand's perspective, they're paying for a creative product once, but they can use it in at least 5 or 6 different channels, all the way down to retail. And that's what only Hollywood can do. You can't take a 30-second commercial idea and go the other way. You can only take a television or film or long format idea and peel it out the other way. So that's really what's in it for the marketers, provided the marketers can let the creative team do their job and realize that they're a little over their skis when they have to give notes on a script, because they can't give notes like they're used to doing on a 30-second commercial.
Now, Larry, you've got a classic period piece that you're looking.
Larry, you have a classic.
Was that just for period
piece?
piece?
That you're looking to develop and monetize. What's your
I'm
instinct?
doing a movie called Empress, which is about the first woman ruler of China. It takes place about 1,200 years ago. So it's kind of hard to find products that easily fit in. So what we found that we did, and we're actually doing this pretty successfully, is we reached out to brands and people and got them to design new products that could actually fit in the movie. So in this movie called Empress, she has great skin. So I found a skincare company that is so in the movie we have a beautiful urn. She sends the army to the desert to get the clay and stuff. So in the movie you'll see this beautiful urn, but we now have a skincare company that's making the replica of that beautiful urn, and it'll be sold at Sephora. There was at Met Ball for fashion. Last year Rihanna wore a great dress called the Empress dress. So I found a designer who designed that, who happens to be Chinese. So she's creating all the gowns that'll be in the movie for the Empress, but working with a Chinese manufacturer is then making a consumer line inspired by Empress. And we just did the same thing. We just did a deal with a jewelry designer. So in the movie, we're going to have products that were created specifically for the movie that fit the period. So a lot harder, but doable.
And Rachel, on period detail? No?
No, I mean, it's a little bit off our genre, but...
Not a problem. Here we go.
I was going to say you could have it sponsored by Trump tariffs, the Chinese period piece. But actually, I wanted to know if you had one thing each of you could say that is like your biggest lesson or your biggest, don't fall into this, thing, or, here's the thing that'll really help you. What would you say?
Sure, I get it. Mine would be really know how to analyze your own stuff and know when to let go. I find I have like 10 bad ideas for every decent one I have, but my real skill is looking at them and saying, you know what, this sounded good, you know, when I woke up this morning, but it's really stupid. And people spend their time trying to stick with stuff just because their ego drives them to think everything they do is good. Is analyze and let go and move on to the one that can work.
I don't want to sound like Tony Robbins, but believe in yourself and don't be afraid of technology, because that seems to be the challenge, because it's moving so quick that you get intimidated and you don't understand. And really, if you believe in yourself, that's the, you know, don't stop. I mean, if you really want to do this, it ain't easy. You have to have the perseverance to do it.
Sir.
I just want to.
I would echo those two, and I would say don't take yourself too seriously, and don't think that failure is a stopping point. Like, we fail constantly. That's specifically with how fast everything's moving. If you're not failing, you're not working hard enough.
My watch out is always don't over-engineer. I mean, we've attempted to go into every new technology, new platform, everything else, and you end up wasting a lot of money and a lot of energy, when if you actually just focus on the basics, you usually get where you need to be.
I would say all of that, and don't be afraid to experiment. Data is everything, and knowing what an iterative process and why it works is important, but sometimes you have to do something completely bonkers because it might work.
I'm going now. Hi, just wanted to talk about dangers of brand convergence with like really insider stuff. Just to preface this, for about 27 years I've been generating adult animation content with a studio that I've owned, and that's actually finally going really well because that's in vogue, but that took 27 years. I just built a company that kind of has put a monopoly stamp on skateboarding going into its first inclusion in the 2020 Olympics. So this company is designed to interface with brands, but if you remember what happened with snowboarding after its first inclusion in the Olympics, all of a sudden there was this high swing, high exposure, ended in essentially its death, so to speak. So can we talk a little bit about the dangers implied with interacting to a very insider sport in this case, or insider anything with larger brands?
Is snowboarding dead now? Is snowboarding dead now? No. I think it's again, it's just making sure that you're creating the right relationship with the brand. You know, so if there's there'll be plenty. The watch out is the large brand that's going to try to use skateboarding to make themselves cool. Like, you need a brand that's already in the know a little bit in order to make that successful.
And again, knowing your market. I mean, cricket is well known everywhere else but these 48 contiguous states. So if you know your market, you're going to find a sponsor. That's not going to be an issue.
Hi, Ranjit, Music Tribes. I started with entertainment as social impact, which is a participation thing. I was with them 2 months ago.
Okay.
So the idea is, when we realize 80% of our revenue models are international, global. So you touched on something interesting where, why aren't more countries and communities creating content? We have the tools. We have AI that does web crawlers, does sampling of audiences, and provides today the tools to create a show. Using some of the tools currently available is significant and takes it to a whole new level. But I don't see too many of the marketing, advertising people talking about the power of AI and web crawlers to hijack the experience of branding.
I'm not sure the question. Using artificial intelligence to hijack branding?
Yeah, what artificial intelligence and machine learning does sampling
efficient learning
around the world in real time. They go to a lot of the social media networks and pick up data and make it available to brand ambassadors. So I'm looking at this and understanding that majority of revenue is coming from overseas through the networks. So why aren't more people doing like what you're doing with participation media?
I think people are. I think it's just slower moving. I think that international, I think U.S. companies, and I think Larry can probably speak to this the best, to say that, international, or U.S. companies are working very actively to make inroads in international markets. As far as the AI component, I don't know if I'm exactly the person to explain how or why people aren't doing
There's
that.
so many different formats.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, we are distributing digitally, so a lot of that is happening. A lot of what YouTube and Facebook are doing is all AI, and even in terms of switching languages and this, subtitling. There's a lot of AI that's happening. I don't know if that answers your question, though.
I could answer it without AI. A lot of, up until very recently, within the last 20 years, this was a US-centric world in terms of entertainment. So people who really understood how to create stuff that people actually put their butt in a chair and watch typically came out of the US. We control 90% of the world market. That's changed dramatically, but the creative communities in all these countries hasn't quite developed as quickly as the market appetite and stuff. So like you take China, where they have tremendous ability to pump out huge things with cast of 10,000s, their storytelling ability is in the garbage because they really don't have a history of storytelling and stuff. It will take a generation because right now, everybody in China who's writing grew up in an educational system based on rote memory, not on creativity. So some of the stuff will catch up. It's just that, you've got to wipe out the last 100 years of America-centric in order for other countries to catch up.
This is an opposite question. This is a very low IQ question, which I'm a writer-producer, worked at both studio and indie level. We're developing lots of material from books that we own, over 300, by established writers for TV and film. Who are the gatekeepers to these branding associations? How do we get in the door? Larry, you've probably, it seems you're very good at this, but also for Ed and Stuart, and whatever the traditional door is, what's the back door? Because that's usually the one you get in, I've found.
You want me to go first?
Sure.
Sure. What we do here, now, again, against my better judgment, I'm doing more stuff in the U.S. now because this trade war has slowed China down a bit. So we go out, we find these brand opportunities, we pitch the brands.
Directly to the brands?
Yeah, we pitch directly to the brands or the agencies. And then when we deal with the Netflix or the Amazons of the world, okay, we use some of that money to offset license fees. So when we're dealing with a Netflix, we actually go into a form of deal they can't refuse because we've already got part of the production covered through other ways. And that's the way we get in.
We take the same approach. We go brand direct.
And who at the brand? Who's the gatekeeper? At a brand?
Every brand is different. It's a
usually
marketing.
The VP
The marketing
marketing
department?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like I said, a low IQ question, but thank you.
No, that was terrific. That's very helpful. And this is our last question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So I come from old school traditional integrations. I started integrations at MTV back with the Real World, to tell you how old it is. And I've done everything all these years, soup to nuts, from ideation to execution. In this current job market, what I'm finding is that a lot of people want people who are ideators or executors only. So when they come across someone like me, who's on both sides of the fence, it's often challenging for me to rise to the top of the cup. How do you suggest I position myself as an integrated marketer to brands or potentially other distribution outlets to perform in that role?
So one of the reasons I left the U.S. was exactly for this thing is everybody just, the studios has their head up their butt. And no, it makes it very hard, for people like you who bring a wealth of experience. So, I've chosen to get out of this country, although now I've kind of been forced back in, because you'll find that out of this country, it's much more open. And by bringing in that experience, I mean, particularly in places like China, I mean, they just love you there.
And just for a point counterpoint, Rachel and I share a not-for-profit and for-profit background. At PBS, we were encouraged to be multitaskers. You wrote and produced and shot and edited and funded your own pieces, which for me, with the advent of digital media, has been a huge opportunity. I've run my own company since 1995, juggling all. So it kind of depends on the markets you're going after. And distance learning is a huge opportunity around the world. And the biggest opportunity within distance learning is gamifying it, is making it interesting, making it palpable, and making it pertinent. So I think that you've got two different schools of thought that you can pursue.
I would agree with that. If you're not going through the studio system, well-rounded people are an asset. I know sometimes when we hire, we're looking for a unicorn,
Yeah.
where it's like this person we
Really
need
good
somebody
point.
who can do it all. And right now we have a lot of specialists. So I actually think that's an asset and a strength. And I think that if you're approaching people, one, I'm always kind of like, just do it yourself, just make your own way, which is, comes with significantly worse health insurance. But I think that approaching people as the great problem solver, everybody that's hiring has a problem that they're trying to solve. So instead of focusing on the fact that you're either an ideator or an executor, you solve problems. That's what you're here for. It's like, you got a problem? Guess what? I'm the solution. I think it's really hard to argue with that.
And find something, you mentioned earlier, focus. Find something to focus your attention on that specifically you're passionate about. Because that will drive you, because because trying to get a job in this environment is very difficult. So you got to figure out what is it that drives you and is going to create that passion to pursue it.
But I appreciate your question. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, this phenomenal panel. Ed Rivero.
Thank you.
Palayo Lasaki. Stuart McLean.